Hello, welcome to TPK. I'm your Dungeon Master Fazul. Tonight we're going to be playing a Star Wars one-shot. Before we begin, just want to give a big shout out to the creators of this amazing universe. Of course, George Lucas, J.J. Abrams, Rian Johnson, Dave Filoni, and Jon Favreau. And of course, everything Star Wars related is the property of Lucasfilm and the Disney Corporation. Tonight, we're going to be using the old West End Games D6 rules because that's what I grew up with. However, the current Star Wars role-playing game is available from Fantasy Flight Games. So if you're interested in playing on your own, I suggest you check it out. There are no trigger warnings tonight that I can think of, but this adventure will draw upon established Star Wars lore. So if you haven't seen the movies, I can't imagine there's anyone out there who haven't. But if you haven't, just maybe a little bit, maybe a few spoiler warnings. And now, my friends, we'll leave this world behind and travel to a galaxy far, far away.
We are back.
All right, thank you. We open up on a shot of a Y-Wing carrying two New Republic Rangers landing on the planet Coruscant, where they plan to meet Lando Calrissian and assist him with his mission to Taris. Welcome, Tyrant and Turk. Want to introduce yourselves and let us know about your characters?
Who talks first? I'll talk first. You talk first.
Go ahead, Turk.
All right. I am Turk. I will be playing Garm, and I am the hotshot pilot of our little Y-wing thing here. Garm is a wirily built but very darty looking individual. My little accoutrements here are in character. He seems to have some kind of little apparatus hooked up to his nose beyond the standard atmospheric, regulations that pilots would have. He also has under his Republic Ranger uniform, there are some signs of tattoos, but most appear to have been partially faded or attempted to be removed. He's not a very big person, but he looks scrappy. At least that's how he thinks he looks.
Awesome. And Tyrant. Oh, you're muted, Tyrant.
I am muted.
Yeah.
Garm, watch out. There's asteroids off the left
no,
side.
I see. Don't worry about that. Just making sure you're awake back there. It's okay.
I took a 5-minute nap.
Oh, 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay, that's why you're snoring.
I am playing Damien Shaw. Damien is comparatively much larger than Garm, at a whopping 6'4", 260. He's a brute of a man, and right now he's wearing his Ranger garb uniform with just a leather jacket over the top of it. But when he's in combat, he dons the spoiled remains of a death trooper heavy combat armor.
Intimidating. So you bring your Y-wing into the atmosphere and down to a landing pad where you can actually see none other than the Millennium Falcon is waiting for you. As you touch down and open the cockpit, we'll drag you over here. You'll actually see a man in a lavish yellow, wearing a lavish yellow tunic in a black cape, approaches you. Nice to meet you, fellas. And he immediately gets cut off by this golden droid, and it's like, General Calrissian, I fail to understand why Princess Leia insisted I accompany you halfway across the galaxy. Lando will kind of give a smile. He's like, that makes the two of us, my friend. My apologies. This is C-3PO, Human Cyborg Relations. Perhaps you've heard of me. Unfortunately, I have become rather famous of late. And 3PO will actually extend a hand first to you, Garm, or Damien, and then he like thinks better of it and pivots and extends the hand to your shorter companion.
Yeah, Garm will take it. He kind of just like, yeah, really good to meet you, man.
And
meet you anyway. He's a big softy.
Very nice. Lando, he's like, 3PO, why don't you go check in with the Republic Command and let them know we've rendezvoused with the Rangers? Oh, of course, General. My pleasure. And the droid will just kind of saunter off away from the group. Sorry about that. I appreciate you escorting us to Taris. To be honest, I'm a bit out of touch with what's been happening out of the Rim. I hear things are bad.
I mean, yeah, things have been pretty bad. I mean, I don't know about you, Damien, but I've been saying a lot of messages back, but just the distance, I guess. I don't know. But look, it's not pretty. I mean, people out here really not feeling the love. It's like the war never ended here. It's not good. Sorry.
All right. I get
sorry.
it.
Sorry. It's the stims. It's the stims.
What my ecstatic friend here is trying to say is, y'all push the Empire out from the central systems. We're still cleaning them up on the outer rim.
I understand. That's part of the reason why I'm here. I mean, Taris was a founding member of the Alliance, but they decided to sit out the war. I don't blame them. I appreciate that they needed to look out for their own people first. I mean, my job is to try to build a rapport with this Minister Tanu Stern. And if we don't have any luck there, we've got to try the former senator, Qi'Ra Pamlo. I mean, she's a founder. I can only assume that she's going to be sympathetic to us. There's one other thing I guess you two should be aware of. We're going to be meeting with Crimson Dawn. So he'll pause for your reaction.
Wait. Like the consortium people, like crimes, like underground killing people left and right.
Yeah, listen.
Black market slaves. I don't like.
Listen, I know what you're thinking, but listen, General Solo thinks that it might be wise to recruit some smugglers in order to get more goods from the core worlds to the Outer Rim. And to be quite honest, an old friend contacted me. Now, just because I'm saying she's my friend doesn't mean we can trust her, but the circumstances are troublesome. Apparently, their cell on Taris was attacked. Everyone was killed. Have you heard any rumors about Vader?
Like Darth Vader, like Boogeyman.
Yeah, some people are saying he's alive.
Yeah, but Outer Rim, people are talking about biotic creatures coming out from every single piece of woodwork here.
Well, listen, don't get worked up. I know for a fact that Darth Vader died on the second Death Star, but rumors can be dangerous. We need to put him to rest. Well, if you got no other questions, I'd say we should get underway.
I mean, I got a lot of questions, just about general logistic kind of stuff, and when we're gonna get.
Is he
help.
Always this talkative? He said.
Yes.
Sorry. Again, it's the stims. I'm coming down. It's been a few years recovering.
General,
Listen.
do you know if we need to bring any firepower with us?
Well, I didn't call in Rangers for no reason. I expect there might be trouble.
All right, Garm. R9, stay with the ship. Let's pack up.
All right.
All right. Not going to talk
Let's
about
get underway.
admiration.
So are you going, you're going to fly kind of in tandem with the Falcon? Or are you going to go
Okay,
with him?
so that's my bad. I thought we were already on
No,
Taris.
yeah. No, sorry. You're on Corvin. This is just a chance for you to talk before you actually arrive.
Yes. So I imagine we would probably escort.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys can reboard the Y-Wing and you can leave Corvin, which is just the next system over from Taris.
Great.
And we'll fade to Crimson Dawn headquarters on Taris. The safe house has been it's the remains of the safe house. It has been destroyed. There is Qi'Ra, head of the organization. Also those loyal and in her employ, a specialist surround her. An aide, Vardish, will actually approach with it and hand her a data pad. She'll take a look at it and go, "Are you certain there are no survivors?" After reassembling the bodies, all our operatives are accounted for, I'm afraid. Whoever hit us was extremely thorough. Given their knowledge of our operation, I have no choice but to conclude they had help from the inside. Or they used to belong to our organization. It's possible. I'm also certain whoever did this used a lightsaber, a rather archaic weapon, but it certainly was effective. We all know our history, Vardish. While we should not jump to conclusions, we must be prepared for the worst. Errol, KX, what are your thoughts on this? And feel free to introduce yourselves and your characters.
KX, how about you go first?
Okay, KXCD is a KX series droid. He is like all of them, terribly tall. But this is one that, shall we say, may have perhaps fallen out the back of a truck if trucks existed in space. So his programming is a little off. His look is a little off. And so he's kind of piecemealed together bits and bobs from other weapons and devices. He has gizmos and gadgets that just are kind of hidden in random places. How does he respond?
Okay. Well, you can introduce yourself, Cole, while Proper thinks of his answer.
Yeah, so hello everybody, my name is Korabi. I am playing Errol Elgin, and he looks like this, except for with not nicer, but more space clothing, I guess. He has a repossessed blaster vest and a repossessed pistol that we'll get into later, blaster. He has a tattoo behind his ear of the Crimson Dawn symbol, and
a loyalist.
He has tattoos down his arm, but you're just looking at him.
So you both know. So just before you answer, you both know that Qi'Ra pays very close attention to how people answer her questions, and it often forms how she treats and reacts to them. So again, she'll say, "What are your thoughts on this?"
Well, I have a lot of thoughts, but do we really have time for our thoughts? What is it we can do with our actions?
She'll raise an eyebrow and look towards you, KX.
A lightsaber, you say? That sounds crazy.
Vardish goes, "Indeed, but the evidence is conclusive."
Evidence. Who needs evidence?
Qi'Ra she suppresses a smile and she's like, "Well, this problem could be greater than, could be more than we can deal with."
More
And
than
she'll
I
take-
can deal with. I can deal
she'll-
with anything.
She'll take it. She'll kind of take a deep breath before she says it. She goes, "I've contacted an old friend who now belongs to the New Republic. They'll be arriving shortly at platform 252."
Hold up.
As far as I see it, the alliance. So she'll pause for a second again just to see your reactions.
You're getting us involved with this New Republic now. You didn't say that up front. That changes some things.
She'll kind of, she doesn't necessarily like being questioned, but she appreciates opinions, but there'll be a sharp tone to her voice. And she's like, the Alliance just got rid of the Emperor and Vader. I doubt very much they want another Force user rising from the ashes. So they're coming. You're going to have to deal with it, and you're going to have to work with them.
Yeah.
Understand?
You're the boss. Yep. You're the boss. I go where you say.
Understand, KX?
Beep boop, you know me.
Of course I do, which is why I want to hear it.
Yes, I understand.
Perfect. Well, let's not keep them waiting. Vardis is a bit perturbed because she didn't really ask his opinion, and you know that he's just kind of a yes man anyway. But as she turns to stride out, he will kind of step forward. He's like, "The New Republic, my lady. Are you sure we can trust them?" And she'll actually turn. And her voice will soften, and she'll say, "If they send who I think they'll send, then yes." And suddenly, almost to herself, more to anyone else in the room, you'll actually hear her say, "I trust him with my life." And she'll turn and walk and kind of walk out of the safe house, out onto the promenade where you guys will be heading to landing pad 252 to meet with the New Republic. Luca, you arrived on Taris, and I'm just moving over to a map here. You can see, so Luca is playing none other than Ahsoka Tano, and you can introduce yourself in a moment. But you arrived on Taris in a nondescript transport. You were wandering the city for hours, trying to home in on the disturbance you feel in the Force. You are near the landing platforms, and you're just standing there staring at an image that's etched into the bulkhead of one of the buildings. You can see it says "Vader lives," so it's an image that kind of it's a ghost from the past. What thoughts are going through your? First of all, introduce yourself, and then let us know what thoughts are going through your mind.
I'm Luca Locke, and I'm playing Ahsoka, and she's wearing just kind of a nondescript, kind of tattered on the edges, gray cloak over her monotrails, and just kind of sticking to the shadows. But yeah, as I'm looking at this, I know this is after the Return of Jedi, right?
That is, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know Vader to be gone, but I do sense something disturbing. And so I'm staring at this, and I'm just trying to just reach out and listen to see what I can feel.
Give me a Force roll, please.
Yep.
That's your full dice, and let me know what you get.
All right.
Ooh, first roll of the night.
Whoop, whoop. Oh right, role-playing games.
You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this in roll 20 since I don't want to have to count everything. It's just
less counting, the
D7,
better.
right? Or 7D, right?
That's right. Yeah.
23.
Nice roll. Anything a 20 higher than a 20 is that you've achieved a difficult task. So you just kind of try and kind of quiet your mind. One of the challenges that you find is that you just keep memories from the past just keep interrupting, but you manage to suppress them down and just find a sense of peace. And you're reaching out with the Force, and you do sense. It's almost like an echo. It's cold. You do sense the dark side, but there's a familiarity to it that you can't quite place. But it is something that you've encountered before. As you open your eyes, you can actually hear the approach of a ship flying overhead, and you'll actually see, you'd be very familiar. You probably haven't seen the Millennium Falcon in person, but given your role as Fulcrum, and you're probably quite connected in terms of intelligence, you would know the Millennium Falcon, and you've been informed that the New Republic is sending operatives to the planet. Out of concern, you've kind of, for their safety, you've decided to at least keep an eye on them. And so one of the things that catches your eye as you kind of watch the ship land is you'll see a probe. It's a droid, and it whips past you. And it. So basically, just to explain this map, the black area is empty space that just goes down into nothingness. So you're on a platform. Anything light gray is open to the sky. Dark gray is enclosed. So you can see a Y-wing and the Millennium Falcon will come in and they're landing. And you'll see that this probe, you're standing on this platform beside a large crate, looking out across the span towards where the ships are landing. And this probe just kind of whips past you, and it goes out into the air and is just hovering there. But something.
Does
it's funny.
it appear to be waiting for the ships?
It's hovering there, and you can see that its optic lens is facing the platform. So the reason why I even pointed it out is if you can imagine the Force as being like a force of gravity, in the sense that maybe if a Force user walked past you, it will kind of pull on the Force, drawing your attention to it. Even though this probe is not not emitting any force. As you were in that moment and you're meditating, it drew you out of it. So when you opened your eyes, you kind of looked at the probe and looked at the ship. You're not sure why, but something about it is connected to what you were feeling.
Okay. I'd like to keep an eye on it and see if, since all things are connected, see if I can sense maybe anything deeper from who is looking through its lens.
Sure, you can attempt to concentrate, and as you're kind of reaching out, the Crimson Dawn crew are coming down the main boulevard. So that's that long corridor right in the middle. Again, it's open to the sky. In the distance, you can see the Millennium Falcon and the Y-wing landing. So you will say that you're just kind of entering the promenade, so you're still some distance away. Meanwhile, the Millennium Falcon touches down in the Y-wing, and Damien, Garm, you can, I don't know whether are you jumping out of your cockpit loaded for bear, or you just kind of got a blaster in the side of your hip, but you touch down beside the Falcon, and just so you guys know, and for the audience out there, Taris is basically a planetary city. So
This
it doesn't.
Taris.
Yeah, Taris from the Old Republic. Unlike Coruscant, the city doesn't cover the entire planet, but it does cover an area about the size of North America. And essentially, it's the same deal. So it's towering skyscrapers, and there's an undercity underneath. It used to be the gem of the Outer Rim, but it has fallen on hard times. So just as a bit of a background. By the way, on your character sheets, you will note that you have skills like planetary systems and cultures and stuff like that. So if you ever want to kind of have more detail on things, you can always make a roll using that. So they touch down. So Garm and Damien.
All right, Garm. Let's try to stay as inconspicuous as possible. All right. Just.
Yeah.
Bring
I
your
know.
stuff, but like,
Oh,
don't
yeah,
talk
so
too
you're not-
much, please.
So you're not coming out with heavy blasters or anything like that.
All right, yeah. Well, like,
Not at the moment.
who the hell is taking Imperial credits these days anyway?
So as you exit the Y-wing, you'll see the ramp of the Millennium Falcon will descend. Lando and C-3PO will emerge. He does have a few rebel soldiers with him, so just kind of there is kind of a token security force. And you can see that And you'll note that it's relatively sparse. There's not a lot of people. You probably see some distant figure in gray standing on a platform in the distance, although she's not paying attention to you. And there's some people approaching. But Lando will be like, well, so much for the red carpet. He'll say, there doesn't appear to be anyone from the Taris government here to meet you, even though the minister knew that you were arriving. And as Lando kind of takes a step forward, you can actually hear the sound of servo motors. And Ahsoka, this breaks you out of your kind of meditation as well, because those servo motors, that sound is happening right beside you. So where that crate is located, you can see that kind of square box. So servo motors draw your attention to that distant platform where that shrouded gray figure was standing, and you can see that it's a bulk cargo container, and it opens, revealing Imperial stormtroopers and a repeating blaster emplacement. Nearby, access doors retract, and dozens of troopers reveal themselves, blasters at the ready. And
Let's go.
How far is it to their platform?
It's probably it would be a good force jump, but you could give it a try. You'll want a high roll. But so as the doors open, all of a sudden it's like, don't move, drop your weapons. As stormtroopers pour out of the area, C-3PO will be the first to react. He's faster than all of you. He throws up his hands and goes, "Oh my goodness, we're doomed."
Lando?
You are surrounded. So you guys can. So we'll just. I know you're going to want to react. Your initial situation is Frig, that repeating blaster. We've got stormtroopers coming out the side kind of building and behind you. So you realize that you're seriously outgunned and at a severe disadvantage. You'll actually see an Imperial officer step from the ranks as a pair of jump troopers fly from a nearby building and land on the Falcon. In the distance, you actually hear the sound of TIE fighters echoing off the surrounding buildings. The officer himself will step forward. So those of you on Crimson Dawn, and I'll basically maybe what I'll do is I'll have everyone roll initiative at some point to see who goes first. But those of you in Crimson Dawn, you can see this going down in the distance. So the officer will step forward and he'll be like, "Well, if it isn't Lando Calrissian, con man turned general, I find it hard to believe the rumors that you destroyed the second Death Star. No matter, we will uncover the truth of it once you've been delivered to Admiral Rykon for interrogation." And he looks towards Garm and Damien in particular. He's like, "As for the rest of you scum, you'll live out the rest of your days in the Deadlanite mines on the Millia Moons. Sergeant, round up their weapons and take them back to the Gazanti transport." So the Imperial commander obviously thinks he has this well in hand. So now this is over to you guys. You can see Lando kind of is looking at Garm and Pav and Damien out of the corner of his eye. As for Crimson Dawn, is there any immediate reactions when you see this going down as you're walking? Qi'Ra obviously freezes. She kind of freezes in her tracks, and she's like, "Errol?"
So we're seeing it out in the open from the hallway, basically, right?
Yeah. So it's actually a street. It's a promenade. So see where I have Crimson Dawn? That's about where you are, and you're just kind of seeing this go down. You're kind of behind as the stormtroopers kind of fan out. Their backs are to you.
The green markings aren't doors or anything.
They are doors.
Right?
Yeah, they are doors. Yeah, into structures. Yeah.
I hate that my first response is to close the door and just be like,
Well, it's kind of like a blast door shield. It would be there just in case. It's kind of like a fire door. So if a ship was on fire and was going to explode, it's a barrier that would go up to protect it. It would be currently down. It's not up, but the console is right there. So what I'll do is I'll get everyone's reaction, and then before we actually roll dice, and then we'll roll dice.
Yeah, so what Errol would do is so the door's down, so I have to open it, right?
The door is so picture it kind of lowers into the ground, so it's down. So it's like you don't see it at all. Mm-hmm. You would have to activate the doors to raise it, but that would trap the crew. That would trap the New Republic representatives with the Imperials.
Yeah, so instead of that, since we're doing a team game, he just shouts out to them, "Hey, knuckleheads, get behind the door, I'll close it." And then I'm going to close the door when they get behind here. That's my first reaction.
And KX, what's your intention? Are you just waiting to see what goes down?
He's basically following Errol at the moment, but he's going to step out into the street and basically prepare a weapon just in case. But he's trying to blend in like he's supposed to be there, kind of thing.
Okay. And Ahsoka. So just so you can understand, the heavy blaster turret with the gunnery crew are right beside you. In fact, one of the stormtroopers will probably, there's the gunnery crew and then some stormtroopers that were all hiding in the crate. One of the stormtroopers will probably turn to you and like, "Move along, nothing to see here."
They picked a terrible day to be in that place.
So you can see that.
Is the turret bolted?
It probably these are mobile turrets as they move them around. It probably would be. I mean, it gives out a pretty heavy thing. But it's not bolted to the ground. It would be secured to the actual cargo crate itself. So
Can I try? Listen, I'm playing a Jedi. Well, not a Jedi, but I'm playing a Force user, and I am gonna just try and do this. Can I try and force push that thing to the side and jump over to their platform?
You want to lift the entire cargo crate?
I want
and push
to
it off the edge.
shove it down the promenade.
So you can shove it down the promenade,
so they won't have a clear view.
Or you can
from
push
what
it,
I can tell from
or
this
you can
map.
push it over the edge. That's up to you as to which one.
I don't want to push it over the edge.
Okay, all right. So we'll get rolls in a minute. So Damien and Garm. So you're surrounded. You've been in some tight spots before, but probably not as tight as this one.
Game Master, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Where is Vera right now? He's on this middle platform next to the Millennium, right?
Sorry, where's who?
I guess his name is Vero. He's the
yeah.
leader guy.
Oh, your guy with the Crimson Dawn. Yeah, he's just kind of walking with you guys. In fact, as soon as this goes down,
he's with the Crimson Dawn.
No,
that's right.
I think you talk about Vero Race, the Imperial officer.
Oh, Vero Race.
That
sorry,
one,
him.
yes.
Yeah, the Imperial guy. Yeah,
I
so
zoomed in and I was like, "What is this name?"
Oh yeah, sorry.
What are these random collection of letters?
So he's actually would have his back towards you as well as the stormtroopers. So if you think when they came out, they fanned all kind of in a line, kind of with their backs towards that green door.
Okay.
And Vero Ras is standing kind of in the middle of them,
Gotcha.
addressing the group.
Okay, KX just keeping an eye on him.
Okay. So I don't know if you want to. I don't know. So we'll just get Damien and Garm's attention before we roll dice.
Two things.
Yeah.
One, are the engines still hot? The Y-wing.
Yeah, I mean, you probably they'd still, you could probably jump in and fire them right back up.
Garm.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All right. So I know your intention is to jump in.
That's not my intention.
Oh, not okay.
No. He's gonna press a button on his like wrist command module. He's gonna say, "R9, a little help here." And the engines are gonna flare. The ship's gonna turn a little bit and start firing at the stormtroopers.
Okay. So I'm going to give all of you, because of the situation, I'm going to give, in the Imperial Arrogance, I'm going to give you all initiative. So if you want to, so on your character sheets, you will notice there is an initiative stat. It's under perception. So you can all give me a roll, and we'll see, just to determine not whether you beat the Imperials, but to determine which one of you go first. And just shout it out to me.
Got a 5. For someone as jumpy as I am,
22.
I do not have great initiative.
15.
It's 22. Good God.
I have an 8. I have an 8.
Okay.
8.
I got a 7.
All right, Ahsoka. So you have one. You have one stormtrooper looking directly at you. He is not standing on the crate. He's kind of on the same surface as you are, and he's basically telling you to move along. And then behind him, there's the gun turret with 4 other troopers kind of manning it. So you're just going to use the force and push. Try to.
I want to basically push the entire crate with the, hopefully knock them over, move this thing so it's no longer in a direct line of fire.
All right.
But I don't want to push them over the edge because that would be unnecessary loss of life.
Oh, nice. So give me a force roll. So your full 7 dice. You kind of reach out, and you're just. Is this a violent push? I assume it's like. Whoa.
I am just gonna try and just muster everything and just push it down the promenade, so that it acts almost as if I'm like pulling the rug out from under them. 27.
Whoa, nice roll.
2 1s in there though.
Oh, geez.
Oh, wow.
And then 3 6s.
That's still though. So a 25 or higher is a very difficult roll. That is about what I would have been expecting. This is a fairly large target, so you just kind of reach out with the force and push the crate. It slides back. The stormtroopers on it lose their balance, fall over. Some of them try and grab onto the blaster. And those of you over on the platform, you can see, you're not sure why, you don't know how, but all of a sudden it's like the crate has become alive, and it just starts to slide down the boulevard away from you, which means the heavy blaster is no longer able to target you. Ahsoka, the stormtrooper who's kind of was addressing you, he actually, he's watching this kind of dumbfounded. He looks at the crate, looks at you, and brings his blaster to bear. But next, so 15.
That would be me.
You? Yep.
Hopefully the troopers have kind of scurried at that.
They're all distracted, so they don't move, but they all, there's the sound, the grating of the crate against the metal platform. They all turn, and Rast is like, "What?"
Distraction is all that I need. So KX is on the boulevard, and he is going to barrel through the doorway and attempt to, that thing where you like push your arms down and then leap over something. He's going to do that to a trooper and attempt to tackle Rast. Was it? Yes, okay, Rast.
Yep.
Leapfrog.
Hey X, what are you doing? Don't risk your medal. We just replaced your arm the other day.
So you
Fuck it, Errol.
So you like sprint forward. So under your character sheet, there's the skill for climb and jump. A stormtrooper is not overly, not an overly formidable opponent. So if you want to make, what is your climb jump?
My climb jump is just my strength. I don't have anything added to it, so it's 4D. 4D.
Yeah. So what you want to do, because you want to do 2 actions in the same round, you're going to subtract the die. So just make a climb jump roll at 3D, and then you can make I'm assuming your brawling roll. That would also be minus a die.
Okay. So my brawl is 2D, so that'd be 5.
So make your climb jump first. So you can roll your 3d6.
My 3d6 is an 11, which is not great.
Nice. Actually, so the standard difficulty to do anything kind of what I would consider routine is 10. So you made it by 1. Yep. So and again, it's a stormtrooper. It's not like it's anyone important.
Awesome.
So you run forward and you kind of almost crunch him underneath your weight, right? So you like use
perfect.
Like at the same time that you go up, he goes crashing to the ground, and you leap over him. And again, those of you, Damien and Garm, you see this kind of motley droid suddenly take out one of the stormtroopers, and you land right beside Rast, who is completely kind of he just doesn't believe it as you kind of land and kind of tower over him. What do you want to do to him?
Basically football tackle him.
Okay.
I'm basically just making enough confusion and getting him out of the way so that they can make it behind the
Yep.
blast doors.
Yeah. So what's your brawl?
My brawl is 2D plus my strength of 4D, correct? My brawl is 2D, and
Yeah,
I
what
add
is
that to my strength.
That's right. Yeah.
And then I took -1 from doing 2 actions.
That's right. Yeah.
So I did 5d6 and got an 18.
Nice roll. And I'm not going to give Vero Rast a dodge because he's fairly surprised at this. So yeah, you can slam into him, and he's again. I'll make a strength roll against your roll just to see if he can resist you, but he can't. You're just too large, too heavy, too much momentum, and you and the Imperial officer go to the ground. All right, over to Damien and Garm. So Damien, on your roll, that's when. Sorry, what's your droid's name again?
R9.
R9. Yeah, that's when R9 will act on your roll.
Okay. So just to clarify, I don't think Turk, did you make an actual character sheet for R9 or not?
No, I did not.
What I'll do is I'll use standard. I'll just leave it with me. I'll use standard astromech droid rules. Yeah.
Okay, that works. So yeah, we would the ship would kind of ignite and lift off just a tiny bit, swivel, and just start firing in an arc at the standing stormtroopers.
Yeah. So this round, what happens is the front blasters kind of open fire, and as each one hits. So these are blasters from a starfighter. When they hit a stormtrooper, it like sends the trooper flying 50 feet into the air, and it will so R9 astromechs are half decent at a variety of things. So he'll just start firing, and he'll take out several troopers with the blast this round. Now you still have an action yourself. What would you like to do?
Oh, I do.
But
Okay.
yeah. That was happened before the initiative. And by the way, everyone on the platform can also notice what happened to this to the heavy turret across the way.
Okay. If that's the case, then I do have an action. Could I run over to the side of the Y-wing?
Yep.
And pop open a side panel?
Yep. So just remember, each action just subtracts a die, right?
Okay. Yeah. So let me know how much subtraction this would cost me. Right?
Yep. So you can. I'll just subtract 1 die for opening the panel. What's inside?
Inside is my E-Web repeating blaster.
Oh,
pull it out.
So it's kind of like the minigun of Star Wars.
Yes, essentially. I pull it out and just levy it at the remaining stormtroopers and just fire. How many would you say are left?
So there are 2 jump troopers on top of the Falcon. There were 12 stormtroopers. I had R9 take out 4, so there are 8 left. And Rast is on the ground.
Okay, let's say I'm gonna target the 2 jump troopers.
Okay, you're gonna whip around, point the gun up, and fire. Okay.
So I do have this specific weapon has the spray.
So you can. So it's up to you. You can subtract a die.
I'm gonna do
and hit multiple targets.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do minus a d6. So just 2 targets. So that's minus 2d6 because of the opening.
Yeah, that's right.
Hatch thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so that is 66 minus 2d6. So I'm just gonna
give a roll as you open up with the blaster and start strafing the troopers on the Falcon.
Okay, so that is 13 for the first, and really good. 16 for the second.
So you just open up. The troopers will actually trigger their jetpacks in order to try and get away. The first one gets hit. No need to roll damage. This is a heavy repeat blaster, so you're going to roll 8 die damage. Stormtroopers only get 3 die. The odds of this stormtrooper surviving that hit is pretty slim. So we won't have to worry about it. So that they both blast off. One of them gets hit and goes spinning off into the air. The other one actually succeeds in their dodge roll, and it's just rocketing straight up into the air. All right, Garm.
It's duck hunt time. Garm is gonna quickly like reach down to his side and take out his pistol, his K-16, and just fire off a shot at the other jump trooper.
Oh, as he's rocking away. Good,
rocking away.
Yeah, good move. So go ahead. You can just make a full roll, no penalties.
Yep.
Taking one shot.
That's gonna be a 14.
That's good. So he already dodged once. He is again. So he's down a die. He's going to try. I rolled a 6. So you can go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. That's going to be 40. So 16 damage.
Yep. I rolled 12 for the strength. So essentially, as long as you roll higher, the stormtrooper's taken out. So
Hey,
you kind
Sewell?
of Yep.
Just so you know, someone in chat gave you +2 to a check or a save, so use that as you will.
Or maybe the jump trooper gets away.
Ooh.
No, you know what? I'm going to save that a +2. Okay.
That is just
nice. Thank you, whoever that was. So the jump trooper rockets up into the air, but you just kind of blaster gets whipped out, and you fire off a shot, and that one again will spiral off and disappear into the bottomless space below.
And I'm gonna just make a move to get like in cover on like the landing pad of the Millennium Falcon.
Okay.
Try to put anything between me and
Errol, what are you up to?
Yeah, so frick. Since KX just ran out, he's gonna run over to the control pad, still kind of stick with the plan because he's not sure. Whenever you see clone troopers, there's always more coming. They never seem to stop. So he's gonna yell out again and then pull out his blaster and kind of just keep it at the ready, but he's still sticking to the controls to bring up the blast door when...
Did you want to take a shot at one of the stormtroopers that's just kind of standing around, or?
Yeah, whatever stormtrooper is closest to KX is what he'll fire at.
Yeah, so go ahead. Give me a roll.
All right, just a full roll, or...
I'll subtract 1 die just for moving to the console.
Okay, cool. Okay.
And you need, basically, again, standard rolls, you need a 10 or higher.
Okay. Well, that's a 12, so...
So the stormtroopers don't know where to look. All of a sudden, there's a droid attacking, the turret's being thrown, there's a heavy repeating blaster going off, the Y-wing has taken off. He's just kind of looking around for a target, and you can just pick him right off. Go ahead, you can roll your damage. You have to roll higher than an 8 to take him out.
Okay. Maybe I did that wrong. For a blaster, what's the difference between the damage roll and the to hit roll?
So your skill determines the to hit. So on your character sheet under blaster, and the die that's associated with the blaster on the equipment list.
Okay.
That's the damage, right?
Then yeah, I did it right then.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. I mean, that's wow. That is a 7.
A 7. Oh, so you hit him in the shoulder. He spins and falls to the ground, but he's still moving. All right. So the Empire's turn. The stormtroopers are kind of in disarray. They just start firing, and they start firing kind of in random directions. There's even some people on the street that are just there were just people just kind of walking along, going about their day. The stormtroopers are not discriminating. They don't know who's the ally, who's an enemy. They just start firing. Obviously, the big guy with the repeating blaster is going to be a target. Not quite. So again, stormtroopers, just like in the shows in the role-playing game, don't have great dice. So we'll fire at you. Miss kind of the blast ricochets off the Y-wing. As far as KX, I mean, you're on their officer. They're not quite sure what to do, but one of the stormtroopers will run up and try and grab a hold of you. just so you know, so you have to make a strength roll. There's no penalties here because this is just your mass, your bulk, your
Right.
power.
Reaction.
So they're just trying to pull you off, Rast. You're going to need to roll a 7 or higher. So not
This is
not
a
an overly
s-
difficult
a
roll.
straight strength roll.
The straight strength roll, no penalties.
Cool. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah. Now just so
How does an 18 go?
yeah, so he tries to budge you, tries to move you, but you're just like so solid. You're sitting there, your kind of joints lock in place, and he literally pulls off. So you were saying that you're made up of kind of all these pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll
Just
actually
random colors, random plating, like shields from random things.
So like a piece of plating will just pull right off, and he'll go tumbling backwards and fall on his behind. As far as Ahsoka, as you're standing there, the turret and those stormtroopers on it, they've kind of been removed for the moment. But the stormtrooper who was telling you to move along, he kind of looks, he raises the blaster, and he opens fire. That's going to be a potential hit. He actually rolled a 12, which is good, great, amazing for a stormtrooper. So all you need to do to dodge and
Parry or
you
dodge?
can. This is your choice. Do you dodge, or it doesn't take any action to activate your lightsabers? So you can either dodge and keep the lightsabers hidden, or you can bring out your lightsabers, and of course your chance of parrying is going to be significantly higher.
Yeah, I think I'll just light up one.
Okay.
Just the reverse grip and just parry it.
Okay, so here's the cool thing. So I rolled a 12. You're gonna roll your lightsaber skill.
12
As crazy as it
plus
sounds, Jedis are OP in this. You can add your force to it. Subtract the die because you've already done something. Now, all you need to do, if you roll a 12, you parry it, and if you actually roll a 32, you can redirect. 32. You can redirect the blast. No, not 32. A 22. You can redirect the blast back at him.
So,
roll your
parry first attack. So 12 plus D. 12
just roll
D
your
plus 1.
roll your lightsaber dice first, and then roll your force
Okay.
dice and add to it. Yeah. I mean, I think it's
Okay.
almost guaranteed.
I think it's the same, isn't it?
The roll is the formality. Yeah, roll your 7 die on your lightsaber.
Casual 7 dies.
Just casually, real casual.
I gave her the
no,
actual stats from the game, so
32.
Oh, so the question: do you want to redirect the blaster bolt back at him?
No, I do not.
No?
But I
Oh.
do want to parry it. Get ready to jump over to the platform.
So
Where everyone else
easily
is.
the blaster bolt ricochets, and the trooper kind of steps back in surprise, but he's still active. Lando, his blaster's out. C-3PO starts to just run around in circles. So next round, maybe that'll be the GM advantage. C-3PO is going to create a difficulty for everyone because he's running around getting in the way. But Lando will draw his blaster. He'll take out two stormtroopers. Notice I'm not rolling for Lando. Lando's awesome. He doesn't need to roll. So he'll kind of take out 2, and we'll be at the top of the round. We might as well go with won't bother rolling initiative each round just for efficiency. So Ahsoka. So you're gonna make a climb jump roll. And
I am going to try and just jump over to their platform.
Yep, a climb jump roll, but you can add the force to it, which is again
Climb
crazy.
jump. Okay.
No Jedi has ever died due to fall damage.
That's right. That's right. I almost
try it.
Okay,
It's
so
actually kind of
60,
ridiculous.
So, and then
Forget
I
it.
add my.
Just forget it. What you got? 16?
Okay.
What'd you roll? 16?
It says 6D for my climb and jump, and then
Oh.
I add my force, so
That's
it's gonna be
right.
like 13D.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is the
Yep.
thing you have to realize. Like Jedis in this are not to be taken lightly.
55.
Yeah, but what's your flight?
That's right. That absolutely. So you easily jump the span. So the difficulty number I was looking for was 30 because of the distance, but you just fly across. And to everyone's amazement, a Jedi, well, you assume it's a Jedi, or maybe something else, lands in your midst wielding a lightsaber.
Land in the typical Ahsoka crouch, just one reverse grip lightsaber out in front of me, ready to parry more blaster bolts away from these guys.
All right, Proper, I think you got the 15 right, so you're next.
Okay. KX is going to... he's still on this guy, and he's going to lower himself to his ear and say, "Human slaves! Droid slaves! Clone slaves! Could you not?" And is going to push his head into the ground and then lift himself up and try to find these two, or these, what's it called? The New Republic guys they were trying to connect with. And he's going to do his best to... Where is Garmin and Damien right now?
They're kind of standing right in front. So you're kind of between them and the other troopers. They're standing kind of right in front of you.
Okay. He's going to turn to whoever's closest and say, "Well, what are you waiting for, Republic meat sacks? Come on!" And
apparently this droid is on your side.
Is it?
I mean, I guess, like, there's a lot of people we don't know who's on our side.
Errol's going to be closing those doors any second now. Let's get going. And with that, he is going to clear a path for Damien and, Garm. Again, trying to, like, quarterback it. Slam these two slam any of the there's so many terms. Try to quarterback any of these stormtroopers to the side and make a clear path for the
you
Republic.
can run back towards Errol. What I will do is give you a brawling roll.
Okay.
Just make a full roll and see if you can shoulder a few of them out of the way.
Let's do it. Give me 1 sec.
That guy you knocked over is actually just getting back up. So as soon as he gets back up, he's like looking at you, charging directly at him. He's like, he'd be like,
There's so many windows open right now. I rolled a 20.
Yeah, so you're actually large enough, so you come barreling through. Several of the stormtroopers will be forced to kind of backpedal out of the way. The guy that stands up, you actually slam into him, and somehow he gets stuck on you. He's like stuck in something. So you're kind of running, holding the officer. The stormtrooper kind of attached to you, dragging him along. Probably his blaster firing randomly into the ground. As you and Errol, as you see KX running towards you in this condition.
Don't worry, Errol. I lost some armor, but I gained this thing.
Hey, X, we don't need to take that home. How many times have I told you? No more pets.
All right, go ahead. I sorry if I'm getting this out of order, but Damien or Garm, I think Damien, you're next.
Yes. So I think multiple of my whatchamacallits aspects and goals play into this scene.
Oh, okay. Do you want to invoke one?
One is the Empire must stay dead, and the other is I must protect Garm. So I feel like both of those kind of play in. If you'll allow that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Remember, when you burn them, they're gone, though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so they're luck, kind of, almost?
Yeah, it's kind of like there's that moment in the game where, because if you are who you are, you can shine, right? So once you use one, you just mark it off, and you get it back. If this was a campaign, you get it back at the beginning of next game.
Gotcha. Okay, I think I'm gonna use the Empire must stay dead then.
Okay. So there are 5 troopers left. You can see this Jedi has landed. There is a trooper on the far platform who looks like they're going to be taking some shots. I do want to also, please give me a search roll, please. This is not going to count towards your actions.
Okay. I think that's 3D. That is 15 on a 3D.
That's an excellent roll. I was actually looking for 15, so it was a hard one. So as you kind of bring the repeating blaster to bear, a shine of light coming from the top of one of the nearby buildings catches your attention, and you will see, as you can see on the list here, there is an Imperial Scout Trooper with a sniping rifle kind of lining up on Lando.
Oh no, that's not good. Okay. Shit. Damien's gonna shoulder the repeating blaster, and reach into the compartment again and pull out a kind of large metallic bag.
Okay.
And bring that down on the ground, and then he's going to press a button on his arm again, and the Y-wing is going to lift off and back out of the hangar and turn towards the tower.
Yeah.
And fire around.
So here's the deal. So this is yes, you're on a platform, not a hangar, so it's just open air. So the Y-wing can immediately lift off. So here's what I'm going to throw at you, just because you are a member of the New Republic. That Y-wing is firing blasters at an occupied skyscraper.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I didn't think about that.
Well, if it meant, so you could know, but if you're accurate enough, you could just kind of pick the sniper off the roof. But if you're not,
let's do this then.
Innocence could be.
It's not going to fire normal rounds. What it is going to do, it's going to fire ion cannons.
Oh, ion cannon. Okay.
Which would be like a force effect.
Yep.
Plus, it would disrupt any mechanical things around.
Yeah. So I'll let you do that remotely from your device, so you can use your Starship gunnery skills. So that's under technical.
Very good. Very good.
But here's the deal. Because of the distance, and you do have to be, he's kind of the distance, the fact that you do have to hit a small target on a building. I'm going to make the difficulty a 20. So just so you know, you can use character points after the roll to add extra dice.
Okay.
Just as a reminder to everyone, you have force points. Once you use them, they're kind of burned up to the end of the session, but they do double the number of dice.
Right. Can that be used after the roll as well?
Force dice have to be declared ahead of time.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna need it.
Okay.
But let's see. I'm rolling 8D here, so I don't know if I'm gonna need. That's a 28.
Oh, so the blue ionic energy fires from the top turret and strikes the scout trooper on the roof, and his gun, the electricity kind of dances. His gun almost explodes, and you'll see he'll just kind of disappear as he gets thrown back onto the top of the roof.
Great.
All right.
And then I'm just gonna shoulder the repeating blaster and grab the bag and start running towards the door.
Okay. Garm.
I'm gonna call out to Lando, like, hey, General, we gotta move. Let's go. Let's get in the door. I don't know what the hell this lady's gonna do with her sticks, but we gotta go.
He goes, he's like, there's only 5 of them left. We can't leave the Falcon. Han will kill me.
Shit, you're right. Fuck. Okay, fine. He's gonna. He'll open fire.
Okay.
You like seeing dead imps? Which is going to.
So your difficulty, just so you know, in case you want to take multiple shots, your difficulty is 10.
Got it. So I think I will take 2 shots for now. So with the pistol, that's a 13 again.
That's it. Yep. The stormtroopers don't dodge, just like in the show. They just run blindly into the blaster fire.
They just die for 17 damage.
Yeah, poof, take him, and he's like, "Ugh," as he kind of tumbles off the edge of the platform.
That's a 14 for 18 damage. Just
And he just kind of does that. It's kind of his feet go out from underneath, and he just kind of falls straight forward onto his helmet. All right, Errol.
All right. Well, seeing that no one is running yet, but being who he is, how normal is it to raise a blaster door like up to my stomach and then stop it
kind of
from
as a
fully
shield.
raising?
Oh yeah, cover. You know what? That would just be so you're just kind of going to interrupt it as it's going up. And this is one of those, there's those Star Wars doors that like close and open like crazy fast. This is not one of those. This is kind of a rumbling door. So that would just take did you see underneath technical there's slicing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're just going to have to make a slicing roll.
Okay, cool. I should be good how I am, but just because we have them, I'm going to use one character point.
No, so with character points, the great thing about them is you don't have to use them until after you fail.
Oh, okay, until after you fail.
Yeah.
That's good. I don't think I'll fail, but... All right, so raising it up halfway. That is a 12.
That's good enough.
Cool.
So it comes up. So KX, you actually have running. You're actually made it past where that blast shield is. So you're like by Errol now with the stormtrooper, with the officer. The blast shield starts to rumble up and just kind of goes at about waist level to provide some cover to you guys.
Yep, and then I would fire at one of them.
Yep. So go ahead. So you're just going to be down a die because you took an action.
Yep. All right. So that is an 11.
Yeah, 10's all you need. So
all right.
Roll your
Let's
damage.
try to see if I can do some damage this time.
I just rolled 6 for the stormtrooper.
That's another 11 for the damage.
So again, you shoot him, and he crumples to the ground.
All right. I'm just kind of kneeling there a little bit behind the door, firing shots.
So the stormtrooper on the other platform, after you've left Ahsoka, he now feels incredibly brave because there's like 200 feet between you and him. But it's a very long shot for a stormtrooper to make. He will just start firing shots, lobbing them kind of across the way. Yeah, not a chance. But he will. You know what? I'll even take away a die to on the off chance he can roll double sixes. But no, he just basically starts lobbing shots over, but they're just going blind. The 4 stormtroopers that are in front of you, I'm actually going to make a will roll for them because this has gone pretty horribly. And the 4 of them will run. So they'll run back towards the see that little kind of building to the left of the platform that says Trooper Squad on it. They're actually going to they're basically like, let's get out of here, and they're basically running back towards that building. If people want to do parting shots and shoot them in the back, you can do that. But so, what do you guys want to do?
I'll pop a shot.
Of course you will.
I'm not above it. I'm not above it.
So just a free shots if you want to.
Think Ferric. And that's gonna be a 13.
Yeah, you just need a 10. So yeah, no need to worry about that. You shoot one in the back, he kind of crumples as the other ones race towards the door. Anyone else doing parting shots? Or?
No. Set your blasters to stun.
So you can see that as they run, you know what? You've kind of set the tone, Errol. So as you can see here, Qi'Ra is accompanied by these 2 goons, and she will kind of raise her hand and kind of drop it, and they'll both bring up their guns. And her and these goons have kind of been holding back, but they will gun down the remaining the stormtroopers as they retreat. leaving that lone stormtrooper way across the way on the platform. He just kind of lowers his gun, and him and the guys who are picking themselves out of the cargo hold, they're going to try and basically retreat as well. All right, so just open discussion. What are you guys doing? So these Crimson Dawn soldiers just gunned down the remaining troopers.
Well, you know what I always say. The only good trooper is a dead one.
Ahsoka, and Lando turns to you, Ahsoka, and he's like, well, what do we have here?
My name is Ahsoka Tano, and I will stand up and
Oop, Luca. We're getting some terrible static from you.
You sound like KX.
That's one hell of an accent.
That voice modulator we just put in is already going out.
Something's wrong, Errol.
So Luca, I think you're muted.
I think she's handling it.
Oh, she's checking. She's checking.
is that better?
Nope, not in the slightest.
You might need to talk it out, though.
Yeah. Geez,
I'm
I
gonna
can't believe I'm going to say it. It wouldn't be TPK. With
No,
Luca.
don't say it. Don't say it. Not while Cole is here.
Oh, sorry.
Listen, all streams everywhere, no matter who, have these issues or worse.
It's not that it's TPK. It's
Yeah.
that the fact that we're trying
No,
to
I
stream
know.
a bunch of stuff online.
Yeah. Go ahead.
That
Luca.
it's 2020 and science hasn't caught up yet.
Yeah.
That's still not better.
Oof, still rough.
Oh, you guys, I switched mic inputs. What does that mean?
I believe where we left off is Lando turned to his Ahsoka and he was like, well, what do we have here?
And I will stand up from my kind of crouch and sheathe my lightsaber and turn to him and put down my hood and say, "I'm Ahsoka Tano. Are you Lando Calrissian?"
That I am, and he'll actually, you know what? As a general in the alliance, he'll probably kind of raise an eyebrow and he'll be like, he's like, yeah. He goes, "Pleasure to meet you. We have." He'll actually say, "We have a mutual acquaintance." I believe he'll
I
say.
believe we have a few.
He goes, "Yes, more than one." He goes, "I must say, this is quite unexpected. What brings you to Taris?"
There were some rumors that I was investigating. And she's going to look around and just kind of size up the rest of you. And what brings you?
Trouble. He'll say, as he'll kind of hold up his hand to pause the conversation as the Crimson Dawn folks kind of arrive. And you would probably be, again, just think of it as, you played such a role in intelligence. You would know who Crimson Dawn is. You would probably recognize Qi'Ra. So when you actually see them, you're like, interesting. But one of the things that you specifically, Ahsoka, see as everyone kind of finally gets together as a group, you see that droid, the probe droid. It's out there hovering, and you can see it's kind of distant, right? It's off the platform, just out in the middle of the air. It's watching, and as you all kind of get together, it kind of spins and just goes, kind of down and disappears beneath the platform into the depths below.
As a droid myself, would I know anything about these things?
Well, first of all, give me a search roll to notice it.
Let's see. Did I end up putting my stuff in? No, I didn't. Lol. I ended up putting my stuff in investigation instead of search. That's fine though. Give me one sec. Huh. It's a 22.
Yeah, so you do see the droid. So here's the big picture of it. It's kind of a spy droid or a probe droid. It's not overly large. it's meant to kind of be non-discrete. Based on the, you're not quite sure. You probably haven't seen this particular model before, but you're quite certain that it's of high quality, very expensive.
Someone important is watching us.
And speaking of droids, C-3PO will come right up to you and he'll be like, "Oh, it's so wonderful to see another droid involved in this mission. I'm C-3PO, Human Cyborg Relations. I don't recognize your model. What is your area of specialty?"
Oh la dee da! A droid in gold! How fancy.
Oh well, how rude. And he'll kind of hobble, walk back. You do have Rast, by the way. I'm assuming you just kind of, he's kind of grumbling. I assume you just keep him in, I assume you're just holding on to him or put manacles on him.
I would probably walk over to him.
And
who's holding him?
This kind of motley assembly of a droid.
Hey, lady, back off the goods. We have this one. And I'm gonna walk over and start going through his pockets.
Yeah. So one of the things that you can pull out is he has those data tubes on him that he keeps in his pocket. Those are used for accessing Imperial systems. So you can pull those out. He has his blaster out, and he has a comlink.
Data tubes is the most 80s variation of like what they expected technology to look like that I've ever heard.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Check this out, KX. We can get some good stuff for this.
Whoa. It's a cooperative mission. Okay? Maybe before you pawn everything off, we figure out if we can actually use it to maybe stop the Imperials.
Listen, man. I don't know who you are. I don't know where you come from. But this one was ours.
Oh, right.
Herder.
Is he conscious? This Imperial guy?
He'll come around. The stormtrooper is unconscious. Qi'Ra will actually. You can step up to him. He'll actually have an amazed look on his face when he sees you. The lightsaber and all. He's completely surprised. He's like, "A Jedi? You're all supposed to be dead."
I am no Jedi.
He'll kind of fall silent. Lando goes,
"Who gave you orders to attack?"
"I, Sir Admiral Rykon. And the Empire," he'll say.
Do I know that name?
You can. You know what? Again, I'm not going to make you do a roll. Both Damien and Garm, you know that in this sector of space, Admiral Rykon is kind of the Imperial. He's kind of a warlord who is like, "Okay, I've got some Star Destroyers. I'm going to try and carve out this section of space for myself."
The Empire's dead, friend. And if you don't want to be like it, I suggest you change allegiances. And throughout all of this conversation, Damien has opened up his metallic trunk and has been starting to pull out pieces of his armor and put it on.
Oh, okay, cool.
Listen, pal. The Empire's dead. Jedi are dead. Obviously, things don't stay dead in the galaxy. So, Qi'Ra, what do you want us to do with this one?
That reminds me. R9, can you land again, please?
Yeah, he goes, "Beep, beep, 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 beep," and the Y-wing will kind of settle back down. You can see Qi'Ra will actually walk up. She walks right up to Lando, and she's like, It's not that I'm not happy to see you, Lando, but I was hoping." He's like, "Han's busy. He's helping his wife restore the Republic, Qi'ra. I came for old time's sake, but I'm not the person you once knew. And I believe in something bigger than the next score." And she'll just kind of nod. She does smile, but you do sense that, they're familiar to each other. She will turn to you, Errol, and she goes, "If it was up to me, I'd have you throw him off the edge." And she'll just kind of...
We can certainly do that, KX.
So it's up to the Republic folks to...
KX will oblige in lifting him up into the air.
Damien stands now fully clad in his modified Death Trooper armor. Cracks his knuckles. He says, "I'd like to see you try."
No, we don't want to see him drop. Wait, whoa.
Hey, let's
KX, that new arm. How good is it at throwing? This guy's challenging you here.
He then will
Listen.
take it with only one arm and lift him a little higher.
Lando will be like, hey, listen, the New Republic could probably get some valuable information out of this guy. Well, I have some soldiers. Why don't they keep him on the Falcon until, just in case we need him? Is that all right with you, Qi'Ra? She's like, of course, Lando. We're allies. We're friends, after all, she'll say. And she's like, release him.
KX will drop him.
And two of the New Republic guys will grab him and drag him away. Lando will turn back to you, Ahsoka, and he goes, are you here because of the rumors of Darth Vader?
That is initially why I came here. But I have sensed something else is happening.
Well, just for the record, Lando will kind of address the whole group. Darth Vader is dead. He died on the second Death Star. These rumors are absolutely not true. Qi'Ra will just kind of nod at that, but she's like, even if it wasn't Vader, someone killed all of my people here. I believe they were a Force user. And she'll turn to you, Ahsoka, and she goes, but you already know that, don't you? There's something
There
here.
is something here. Oh, cheeks.
Your business is
Spooky.
your she's like, your business is your own, but it seems as if we all share a common goal. I think it would be mutually beneficial to work together, don't you? And she's addressing you, Ahsoka, because her and Lando have already kind of established.
How
You
are we
don't
not
mind.
so sure,
I'll
though,
tag along.
that it wasn't her that did it?
Well, I guess there's no way for you to know.
As
You can
Qi'Ra-
tell us.
Qi'Ra goes, she'll actually turn to you, Errol, and she'll say, trust me, I've been in his presence. It wasn't her. She'll say, and you'll note that her voice will quiver a little bit. There's a touch of fear, which is unusual for those of you who hang around with her. And as you're kind of, you can keep talking if you wish, but as you're just kind of hanging out there, you'll see Taris security forces approaching. Finally, now that the action is over, and you'll see, and yes, they are meant to be kind of comedic looking.
Well, look at who it is. A day late and a credit short, as always.
Could I activate my receptive telepathy ability?
Yeah, for sure. And who do you want to kind of hone in on?
Just Qi'Ra, as she said that. I would
Oh, okay.
I would love to be able to get a sense of who
Yeah, so give me
specifically,
your
what she's.
give me your 7 die roll, please.
– 19.
A 19. So Qi'Ra is fairly strong-willed. She will
Yeah.
get a roll to resist. So here's the thing. So she has beat you, but only by 1 point. So if you want, or maybe 2 points, if I use my GM advantage. No, I won't use it. I'm still saving that one. I got that here. But you can use a character point to you don't need to even make a roll. You can spend the character point because that gives you an extra die 6. The minimum you can roll is a 1. So you can.
Actually, I would like to use my +2 from Niffer earlier.
Oh, nobody told me about that. Thanks. Thanks, Niffer. Why am I getting flashback to Clowns of Funland? I just think I'm going to be getting hit with disadvantage GM the whole
No.
No. All right. So
You just gotta make your NPCs a little stronger, I guess.
I guess that's it. They've all just doubled their die. Yeah. So you can use it. So I'm going to actually have you make a willpower roll,
Great.
Ahsoka.
And that is 7D. Oh.
7D. Yeah.
26.
26. That is a great roll. As this flashes into your mind.
For a second, he was superimposed over one of the guard guys, and it was very, very good. Oh.
So all of a sudden, Darth Maul appears in your, just a flash of it. That's who she's talking about. When she said, when she said, "I've been in his presence," that's the image. That's the image that's on her mind. And there's great and there's fear, like deep fear. So
I'm not going to say anything to her,
Yep.
but I am just going to kind of look her over for a minute before, like, just watching what the rest of the group is doing.
Yep. So that moment of fear and weakness is gone in a flash, and she has reasserted her resolve. As the Taris guys come up, and they're like, "Yeah, we're here to escort you to the minister's office. This way. You're with the Republic, right?"
No, definitely not. Never.
Oh, never.
Oh no, you've said the wrong thing to Errol.
As he spits on the ground.
The guards look confused, and Lando's like, "Of course we're with the Republic. Lead on." And he'll turn to you, Errol, and he's like, "Listen, for now, why don't we just try and play nice with the locals?"
All right, if you say so, fancy man in yellow.
He goes, "Keep your eye out," and he'll turn to Damien and Garm. He goes, "Keep your eye out for things. This might not. If the Imperials if there were some Imperials here, there might be more."
I mean,
Kex will
flew TIE
literally
fighters.
turn his head 360 and tell him, "Don't worry, I've got my head on a swivel."
So Lando will leave the rebel soldiers with to guard the Falcon and protect and watch over the prisoners, as you are all escorted to basically into one of the nicest looking skyscrapers, where essentially Minister Tanu Stern is waiting. You can see the beautiful kind of chamber, marble columns, and his protocol droid, IM3RL. As you approach, you'll actually probably 3PO will be as he is probably walking. The group's kind of walking in. He's kind of walking beside UKX, and as soon as he sees the other protocol droid, he's like, "Oh, another protocol droid! At last, an opportunity for a decent conversation." And he'll actually turn towards you with kind of a look of fear. He goes, "No offense."
Oh, I took offense. Don't you worry.
Oh my. And he'll kind of distance himself from you as Minister Stern will approach. And he's like, "My apologies, General Calrissian. I've just now heard of the attack. I'm afraid that since the Empire's collapse, it's becoming increasingly difficult to maintain law and order out here on the Outer Rim. Of course, if the New Republic weren't so preoccupied with the core worlds, such unfortunate encounters might have been avoided," he'll say. And he does have that air of dismissive arrogance to him. Lando actually is pretty congenial. He's like, "I understand, Minister. Hopefully we're here to change all that. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there's been an attack here on Taris, where a lot of people were killed. We appreciate whatever help you can provide with the investigation." And Qi'Ra, who's kind of standing to the side, and again, if anyone wants to jump in or add, you can feel free. Otherwise, I'll just keep talking to myself. Qi'Ra will be like full access to the lift systems and security network for a start. He goes, "Huh." He'll turn towards her, and he actually has a look of recognition on his face, and he goes, "I'm afraid that's impossible. I can't just hand over security access to common thugs." And when he says that, there's kind of a sharp edge to his voice, and Qi'Ra doesn't kind of break a sweat. She's just like, "Minister, when you offend the New Republic, they form a committee and debate the issue."
Listen, guy, if you're calling us thugs, look at this place where you live. Where does this money come from?
He goes, "I can assure you that Taris is a fair society with a fair taxation system.
Yeah,
And she
keep the
goes,
little guy down. I know how your type does it.
Could I make a plans and cultures check to see if he's telling the truth?
absolutely, go ahead.
Sweet. 12.
So here's what you know about Taris. There's an upper city and an undercity. No, he's not really telling the truth. It's fair and equal for everyone in upper city, but if you live in the undercity, you're kind of left out of everything.
Right. I'll kind of like make a point to cough at that. Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry. Do you have a problem?
No, don't ignore me. No. All you fancy types are talking.
Yeah. Paris has never been fair, even before Malik bombed the shit out of you. So why don't you just keep yourself under control there, all right?
He said nothing.
And Qi'Ra will actually add, she's like, and besides, either you knew the Empire was waiting for General Calrissian, or you're a fool. Which is it? And he'll be like, what on earth? What are you talking about? This is outrageous. You come here and insult our society, insult me as First Minister? I am tempted to order you to leave Taris at once.
Listen, I want to make it clear. We're not insulting the society. Just pompous ministers like yourself that take advantage of it.
And you can see that he is literally fuming, but before he can kind of throw you out or say anything else damning, you can see a woman will enter. Yes, a little bit of trivia for people. This is Tierna Pamlo from Rogue One. She was actually the senator of Taris. So you can see this woman actually striding into the chamber, and she'll be like, First Minister, I just heard of the attack. What explanation do you have on this? And he immediately kind of backpedals. He's like, well, the interior. I'm sorry, the Imperials arrived unnoticed. Our security forces, I mean, they're just spread too thin to keep track of every ship coming in and out of the system. And besides, what concern is it of yours? Your responsibilities, I believe, ended when the Emperor dissolved the Senate. He'll kind of say, and you can tell that there's a bit of a bitterness between the two of them. But she'll step right up to Lando and kind of extend a hand, and she'll give him a side glance, and she's like, "You should be ashamed of yourself. We were wrong not to believe in the Alliance, and these are our honored guests, General Calrissian. I would very much like to hear about the New Republic's plan here in the Outer Rim. We would also cooperate in any way with this investigation you speak of."
Ahsoka would like to. I'd like to step up and give her a nod and say, "Senator, there has been an attack here."
Former senator, I'm afraid. She'll say, and there's a genuine sadness in her voice.
We're all former something. But there's been a disturbing attack here, and we were hoping to investigate. Might we have access to the lift systems and security systems?
Of course you can. And she'll look towards the minister, and he'll take out a data tube and just kind of hold it out to whoever wants to grab it from him.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
Oh, yeah,
Or-
sure. You're there.
And he'll go, if you will excuse me, I have some important business to attend to. And he'll kind of turn and stride away. The droid will follow him, but linger for a few steps and then turn and follow him.
Hey, KX, you see how totally impossible it was to get that done? These politicians, no good.
I think it's just all your human brains. That's just me.
Listen, I took that bolt off. I can put it back on.
You
no,
wouldn't dare.
You don't test me.
So, Pablo...
If it's all right with you, Lando, I'd like to start looking at the systems to see if we can find out anything from that.
The senator will actually say, she'll like, General, if you would have a few moments, I would like to talk to you about the New Republic. He goes, yeah, I think that's a good idea. Ahsoka, why don't you work with Damien, Garm, and Crimson Dawn to try and uncover the mystery behind this attack. Qi'Ra and I will meet with the senator and see what we can do up here. Pamela.
She'll
Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
Yep.
Oh. She'll just turn to this group and just kind of like smile and be like, "Looks like we're a team now."
How about they say? Team is maybe a strong word.
Oh boy, how exciting.
C-3PO will be like, "I'll be able to go with you, General, right? Not with them." And he goes, "Yes, of course, 3PO." He goes, "Actually, he doesn't really want 3PO to go with him either." He goes, "Why don't you go see what you can find out from that droid?" And he's like, "Oh, yes, of course, I can do that. Of course. Well, good luck, everyone. May the Force be with you." And he'll kind of hobble off. Pamela, before they leave, she'll step forward to you, Ahsoka, and she's like, "These rumors of a revolving Lord Vader," she goes, "I know they're not true, but there's something to them. They started in the Undercity. You might want to start your investigation there."
I know they are not true as well, but there is something happening here. I will go below and see what I can find.
Well, good luck. If there's anything else I can do, please contact me on the comlink. And
of course, thank you.
And Lando will don't do anything I wouldn't do, he'll say as he turns to head with her. And Qi'Ra will walk up to you, probably Errol, and she goes, "Of course, do what you must to uncover this, but these are allies. Remember that."
Yeah, and in a very joking voice, he says, "And when we're done, the New Republic, right?"
She goes, "When we're done, we will get back to business, and the New Republic will return to the core worlds."
All right, fine.
As Lando walks up, she'll say, "Wouldn't dream of it," and then like turns to the crew and so, "Shall we?"
All right. So Tanu Stern is gone. C-3PO chases IMPRL. The security will just kind of disperse and hang out. You can see, and Tinro, Lando, and Qi'Ra will disappear. Again, Qi'Ra will say, "Keep me informed if anything comes up." Leaving you guys standing in this beautiful room, wondering what's your next step?
Real quick before we get too far, can I look into the data tube and the comm link that I took off of?
Oh, the Imperial. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So that'd be a splicing roll.
Okay. Cool.
And I imagine that you probably have like a portable kind of system with you that has all kinds of gadgets, gears, and you can like a portable computer almost.
Probably just a data pad.
Yep. I built my character around
I have a name, you know.
All right.
Is R7 with you guys?
No, he's probably with the ship.
He watches over the ship. Soldiers look after the Falcon.
Which speaking of, R7 would have landed the Y-wing back down.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I told him.
Yeah,
He'll keep it at the ready.
Was it
there
R7
two
or
there are
R9?
nine?
Yeah.
It's R9.
R9.
Sorry, did we say R7?
Yeah.
Sorry, I
R9,
said
yeah.
R7.
Oh, okay.
That was a 20, by the way.
Oh, a 20. Yeah. So a 20 is Imperial intelligence like data is. Yeah, you need a 20 to get it. So you get into it. You can determine a couple of things. So one is that there's an Imperial Gozanti transport that's actually landed here on Taris. So you get the location of it. You do remember that he did say, take them back to the Gozanti. So now you know its location. You also probably can get some. There's actually in here, there's coordinates probably on the location of several Imperial Star Destroyers. Thankfully, they're not in the system. But essentially, that's where the Gozanti came from. You assume that it's Rykon's fleet. So this could be very valuable information to the New Republic. You also and you also have 20. You know what? So here I'm going to throw this out to you. Whether you want to use character points or not, or whether anyone out there wants to give you an advantage. That's a difficult roll. I'll give you some more if you want to spend character points to bring it up to very difficult.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and spend. Can you spend 2 character points at once?
You can. Yep.
All right,
Yep.
I will do it.
But how you do it is you roll it one at a time, just in case
Okay.
you get a 6 and you don't have to.
Okay, cool. So the first one is a 3, so 23.
Yep. So you just don't want to roll a 1.
Okay. All right. So next one is a 2.
You just made it. Yeah. So there's kind of some secret files on this data cylinder. One of the things that you get is there is a garrison here on Taris, and that Taris has been providing food, medical. Essentially, Taris has been supplying the remnant.
Well, look at that, KX. You see what I'm seeing here?
What are you seeing there? You might turn that around.
Hold on. Let me speak with my guy, and then maybe I'll give it to the fancy lightsaber lady, but just patience.
So what? A bunch of backstabbing going on?
It's definitely a lot. I don't know where we go from here, but he'll hand over the data tube to Ahsoka, like sidestepping these other 2 on purpose, and relay everything to her and be like,
Thank you. Though my concern is no longer with the Empire, I am looking for someone. Would you mind? And she'll hand out the data tube.
Oh, yeah, no, we will make good use of that. Oh no. This is, okay.
yeah, it's big stuff. You're welcome.
Yeah, no, good job. Oh boy. Oh, Damien. Oh, this is gonna, someone's gotta pay attention to this report now.
And you realize from the files that it actually isn't the Taris. It isn't actually the Taris government and council doing it. It's the First Minister.
We got him. Okay.
Minister
Okay.
Stern
We
or a different minister?
Stern. Yeah.
Yeah. So we kick down his door now, or do we want to like?
Oh, just hold on. We knew that, someone was corrupt here. I mean, everyone knows that shit happens here on Taris. Do we have a direct comm link to Lando or no?
You probably would. Yep. When you go to the Undercity, there's going to be some disruption in terms of being able to reach the surface.
But you're still
in the upper city, so you can still contact them.
Yeah, I'll just kind of reach down, press a button to activate the comm link.
And he's like, "Well, that didn't take long.
Hey, Lando.
I left you guys alone for like 10 minutes."
Yeah. That Stern guy. We just off the data tube we found on that Imperial officer. The Stern guy's been supplying the Empire with supplies and garrisons and shit for a while. So
not surprising.
Apprehend him.
Well, I'm already doing a workaround. I'll let Pamelo know and see if we can have him arrested.
All right.
Anyway, keep on that investigation, but good job. Keep that data tube.
While they're doing this, I would like to. I assume I have some sort of data pad on me as well. I'd like to, or if I need to access a panel somewhere, to this security systems thing that he gave us.
Yep.
Just to try and access the.
Yeah, you can. Yep.
Okay.
So basically, one of the things that you realize when you get into the system is that probably a month ago. Which coincidentally is right around the time that supplies started to be redirected to the Empire. All of the shafts to the Undercity were placed on lockdown, which means people down there can't come up. So there is a true separation. Now, this cylinder gives you a complete bypass. You can go into the lifts and the elevators and go right down there. And it also gives you access to security camera feeds. They're fairly common in the upper city. In the Undercity, they haven't been, it's kind of like there was a network at one time, but they haven't been they just don't maintain them. So as they break down, they don't fix them. So it's pretty sparse in terms of seeing anything down below.
GM clarification.
Yeah.
Is there an upper, lower, under, or is there just upper, under?
I think it's just upper and under. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. At least in this.
Okay.
There's a mid, lower, upper, down, middle, upper, down, or center.
There's levels in between, but at some point there are these elevators that will take you right into the Undercity. They're kind of placed throughout the upper city, and they typically require high level access to gain entry. And at present, without this cylinder, like you just can't go down there. For some reason, the upper government has cut it off.
With the comm
Can
link,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if there's any worry of them being able to track the comm link that I took off of him.
Possible, but you can make a slicing roll to disable that.
Instead, I'll just go over it and I'll just be like, listen here, you bunch of womp rats. We're coming for you. And I'll put it on the ground and stomp it and crush it with my foot.
Who is this? Who's on this channel?
Yeah, and it cuts out right as I stomp it.
Can I hold up my security data thing and hold it out to Garm and be like, "You like to be my security guy?"
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can do that. Oh, security,
Looks like they started locking down the shafts about a month ago, but we should be able to get down there.
And also coincidentally, that is also around the time that the Vader rumors started to circulate. So one of the things I forgot to mention, Ahsoka, is that with those camera feeds in the upper city, the Crimson Dawn safe house is in the upper city, not in the lower city. But you would not have any direct feed on the attack. But one of the things that you would have picked up is that probe droid.
Okay.
That you saw earlier, the black one.
It's visible on the feed.
It is, yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna store that away.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, where to next? Are you heading to the Undercity?
Yeah. I'm gonna head to where I know the nearest shaft is. And Garm, would you like to unlock this one for us?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, it doesn't require a roll. This actually is just an override. When you slide it into the data slot, you just have full control. So you can bring it up. Garm, one of the things that you noticed is that the security between the upper and lower is pretty tight. So when the elevator doors open, there are some security guys there. They'll just kind of stay out of your way. When the elevator doors open, when you put the data tube in, you realize there's an option to disarm the defensive system. So a repeating blaster will actually drop out of the top of the elevator, facing out, and blast anyone trying to get into it. So the upper city Tarisians really do not want the lower city people to, so if you tried to run a bypass and get into the elevator from below, this thing would just blast you.
Oh.
How typical. Money over lives as usual up here.
Womp rat tits. That's gonna. Oh boy. All right. Yeah. No. This will be fine. Let's go. As long as we have this, we're good.
That's right. Yeah. So as long as you have that in it, it will not target you and attack you. However, if you should lose it, you might have a very difficult time getting back up to the surface.
I'll get the lift open.
All right. Drag you guys over. And by the way, when you see little pictures, that's just so I don't have to drag and drop things. So don't bother having to zoom in. That means you're not supposed to see them. So you all kind of pile into the elevator, and it descends miles down. As you can see here, you kind of appear in a completely different world where the sunlight rarely shines. This is just kind of it's just a crude map. So you'll see where that cylinder that says to the surface in the blue line, that's the turbo lift. I'm calling it turbo lift. That's Star Trek. The elevator doors will open, and it'll open up into a shanty town of sorts. you'll see that you don't even need to step out of the elevator, and you already know that the people here are in a pretty bad way, sick, hungry. Now, interestingly, you don't need to make another roll because you did make a pretty good roll on Taris. There is a wall there. You see the shanty town is kind of around a central building. There is a wall, and it's not like a floor to ceiling wall. It's like an old medieval wall, and it actually has sentry towers along it. Historically, they were used. This wall was used to keep out rak ghouls, which was kind of an indigenous threat here on Taris, but a long time ago. The actual, again, this whole place is in a state of disrepair, including the walls, and you can actually see like the gun turrets. There are blaster turrets along the walls, but they probably haven't been used in decades. So as you exit, immediately you're noticed. I mean, all of a sudden, someone is coming out of the elevator, and people start to just kind of move in your direction. You can already hear them from the surface. Are you here to bring us food, medicine? Why have we been abandoned? When are you going to open the lifts? We're going to die down here. We're scared. Darth Vader has returned. I've seen him with my own eyes. And you just kind of get bombarded with about 50 people that just start coming up, and they're almost, there's that desperation in their eyes.
I would have put my hood back up, but I am like responding to all of them like, it's okay. Darth Vader has not returned, and we are here to
What about
investigate
food?
and solve the problem.
What about food? We're starving.
KX is far less calm and clunks his massive body out of the lift, hoping to and basically just dispersing the crowd, full on bodyguard style.
Okay, yeah. Well, they're normally terrified of all kinds of things. So as soon as you kind of exert your muscle, they'll kind of all back away. And the way they react is if you're going to beat them, right? They like cower and back away. And some of them will just scatter. You're not here to
try and spot someone who looks.
You're not here to help. They'll say. Some of them will be angry. Some of them will even throw some clumps of mud or something at your direction.
Hey,
Can
listen.
I spot someone that looks more put together than the others?
No.
Fine.
we are here to help.
Not in this group that has rushed towards the elevator, right?
Okay.
Now you'll note there's hundreds of people here. There is a town. There's there's a market. You could leave this area and start looking, but this group is a pretty desperate lot.
All right, GM.
Okay.
I'm gonna apologize in advance. I'm gonna turn to all of them and try to take out any food that I might have and hand it over, and then say, we are here to help, and let me show you something real quick. And I'm gonna go and try to disable that turret that was in that lift and make the lift free for them to go up and use it.
You do understand the craziness disruption that might cause.
I do. That's why I apologized in advance.
All right, so to disable the turret will require a splicing roll of 20.
Okay. All right.
However, if you want to you will find that even with the Taris, the controls are so strict on it, even with the cylinder, you can't turn it off. You can only make it not shoot you. So you want to turn it off. So give me that roll.
Yeah, if it sounds like they're trapped down here and I saw that turret, I'm like,
Luca, you were doing GM advice and I made an absolute mistake. I don't have a voice of the GM. So therefore there's no one to go, I don't know, I got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, no, I was gonna, while he tries to do that, I'm gonna just try my best to do affect mind and just try and calm people around us so that there's not a stampede for the lift or any sort of.
Give me a 7-die roll.
So far I rolled a 19, so I'll use another character point.
Okay.
And that is a 24 total.
Oh, hey, I got a 24 too.
Oh yeah. So when you're desperate and hungry, you tend not to have a lot of willpower. But there was a large group, so you can affect all of their minds, and you can basically just you reach out your hand, and you just kind of like calm, quiet, and they'll all just kind of fall silent, and a kind of a look of the desperation is replaced by a look of peace.
It's going to be okay. We are here to help.
And they'll all nod and kind of they won't get in your way. So proper, you don't, or KX, you don't need to start elbowing them out of the way. They'll just kind of back away. And
I
do
suggest
you
that
and you
we
actually
hurry.
you do give them food, Errol?
Yeah, if I have any
Yeah.
food.
Yeah, they'll take it, but they don't like fight each other for it. They just calmly take it and share it amongst themselves. I'm assuming you have those kind of like a granola bar style rations.
MREs and whatnot.
And you can peacefully leave you can just kind of peacefully now walk into the shanty town. So again, they won't try and rush for the elevator or anything. They're calm. They'll just kind of hang out in this area and start eating the food as you go forward. But you now know that elevator is now free and clear. Anyone that you meet, you know that elevator is now free and clear in terms of no one will get blasted.
Hey, Errol.
Chaos up top.
What it do?
That was nice of you.
Yeah, well, I don't know about you New Republic folk, but it's all about the little guy here.
Have you not been paying attention for the last 20, 30 years?
Oh, I've been paying attention to a lot of fighting and a lot of explosions with a lot of casualties that you don't seem to care about. You jump from planet to planet and do your mission and leave and never turn back. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
Are we
who
talking
does,
about your
who does the
drug war?
blasting?
I didn't
Slavery?
I didn't see me blasting any civilians. So I don't
We are
want to
from
hear
the
it.
core. Okay, you might not know this. Okay?
I'm going to turn
'Cause-
to them and say there is no point in fighting amongst ourselves. In war, there are casualties on both sides. We need to find whatever is happening here.
As far as I'm concerned, Empire, New Republic, it's all the same.
Yeah. And you're the fucking vultures that feed off of it all.
Yeah, great.
Gotta survive somehow.
Let's
Why don't you go
listen to the magic lady. She's finally a flesh bag with some sense.
As you head into the shantytown area, you will see that graffiti. And no, not every adventure has graffiti in it. I know clowns did, but it's purely coincidental. So you'll see the Vader Lives graffiti is more prominent down here. And again, it's a bit unnerving.
Azul living out his graffiti dreams as TM.
That's right.
You can say your stuff about TPK all you want, but it's not a Fazul game unless there's graffiti.
That's right. So as you're heading into town, you can actually see kind of a young ruffian running. He's kind of running down a street. A blaster bolt will ring out, striking him in the leg, and he'll collapse. And you will actually see a food ration kind of go tumbling down the street as he gets down. And here I'm going to do my best hot tease. And you can see this kind of group of three ruffians appear. And the one in the lead is like, "We know Kong Banta Poodoo." Huttese. I don't know if anyone would speak Huttese, but he didn't bring C3PO.
I love the image you used for this and the fact that it's dealing with food because it's perfect. Just saying that out of me.
And one of them, the big guy, who's actually taller than you, Damien, the big guy turns to you and he's like, "Huchaba Dunaga." And he kind of gestures with his blaster for you guys to just move along.
Hey, Game Master. So sorry,
Yep.
Turk. I do have 1D in planets and cultures, and so I'm not protocol droid, but might I have picked up other languages from whatever I've downloaded
Well,
from
you
whatever?
happen to have you happen to have a gadget skill.
Oh yeah.
Do you have a universal kind of translator stuck onto you somewhere?
Probably
Like,
somewhere in my encoding.
so make that 4D roll.
What was I say? Was it 4D? Okay, cool.
Whatever we can get our hands on, we've spliced into KX basically. So
I would
It's a
maybe know a
16.
few words in Huttese, but I don't speak it.
Yeah.
They don't appear. So whatever they're saying appears to be threatening. So what'd you get for a roll?
A 16.
Yeah. So I would say basically you can assume that a 15 or higher is going to give you most common items, and this would be a common item.
Okay.
Yeah. So you kind of fumble around, find it, and
It
activate.
has a long winding cord for no reason, just because it's connected deep inside my chest plating.
Would Garm know Huttese?
You might.
I was gonna say he's as someone who used to be a slave. I figured he might have picked up.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes complete sense.
You have to figure out what people are saying when they're yelling at you.
Yeah. So what he said to the boy after they shot him was now you're bantha fodder. And when they turned to you, they were like, "What do you want? Get out of here, or we'll blast you."
you take a habit of shooting unarmed men just over some food.
And he goes, "He stole it. And what business is it of yours? Food's
Hey.
valuable down here. Stealing food, well, that's just about the most valuable thing you could steal. Now
Yeah.
move along."
You've got guns and all other sorts of stuff, so it doesn't seem like you're doing too bad.
No, that's because we blast anyone who starts to annoy us, like you.
Damien is going to. He's had his e-web slung around his back
Yep.
this whole time, and he's just going to grab the barrel of it and kind of swing it around, not pointing it at them, but just making it very clear that they are outmatched in weaponry. And he's going to say, "What's more valuable, food or life?"
So there is an intimidation skill under
That is
personality.
that's what I'm trying to do. yeah.
The big guy will actually look to the smaller guy, and he's like, "They're clean," and he goes, "I noticed."
I'll put my hand on my blaster as well and kind
Alright.
of just be waiting.
So give me that intimidation roll.
Okay.
How about you just leave them alone?
I will make their willpower roll. And by the way, so one of the things that you can do here is that you can team up. So if you collectively want to look into, so if you kind of add your intimidations together, essentially what that means is that you get an extra die for anyone who kind of wants to throw in
Yeah.
on the roll.
Yeah, I figure we're all backing this at the moment, unless
Yeah.
someone is not.
I mean, I can throw in my. I would just say, I'm sure he's not worth your time.
And are you actually
And-
using your effect mind?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, all right. So go ahead and make the intimidate roll, and so what this will Ahsoka, by you making your roll is to basically suppress they get a will roll against intimidation, and they're kind of thuggy and brutish, so that might be a pretty good roll on their behalf.
30?
So you're going to negate that. You roll a 30.
Too many Christmas trees.
Okay, so go ahead, Damien, make that roll.
Rolled a 16, but I'm willing to spend character points if it's not good enough.
Well, their willpower is being suppressed, so you don't have to spend a character point. So the guy was like, he's not worth our time. Let's get out of
Beautiful.
here.
Yeah. I'll walk over and kind of pick up.
So
The guy.
as they go, the little guy, as they go, he kind of looking at you, Errol. He reaches down to pick up the food pack that the boy dropped. As if he's looking to see whether you're going to let them pick up the food pack and leave, or are you?
Oh, one
insistent?
of the thugs.
Yeah, one of the
Oh,
thugs.
they better not touch that. I'll grip my blaster a little stronger and like aim it more as I go to pick up the kid that they shot.
They're like,
Yeah. I'll say it, Huddies. you better clear off before we get real pissed. And let me tell you, they didn't fill me full of combat stiffs for nothing.
Seeing Garm respond in Huttese, he's gonna wave this basically useless thing around. Just go, I guess we don't need this now. And shove
keep
it
that on
and
you.
all
That's
of its
really-
wiring back inside. And like it
it's good
doesn't
tech,
close
it's good
all the way.
They will leave the food and get out of there. The boy will get up and he's like, why did you help me?
Because you were outnumbered, outgunned.
But I'm
What
nobody.
good fight is that?
He's like, but I'm nobody.
Everybody's somebody, kid.
We've all been nobody before.
Where are you from? You're not from the Undercity.
All over the place, really.
Well, thank you. He'll get up, and you can see he is wounded. I don't know if anyone wants to spare a med pack for him.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll go and
Yeah, so you can just apply the med pack. No need in this case. No need to make a roll. He can actually support his weight on his leg. He'll get up. And Errol, do you hand him back the food pack?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I hand him back the food. I'm surprised the New Republic lets you let those go so easily. Figured you had rations and had to do inventory on them.
He goes, things have been pretty bad lately. He'll say, there's another top worlder here, like you. He'll actually point to the larger structure, and he'll say, he's, I don't know why, but he's doing what he can to help. You'll find him over there.
Thanks for the info.
He will hobble off with his food, this is the nicest thing that's ever happened to him. Other people will give you, so you'll note that there are some thugs here, but they all give you kind of a wide berth as you make your way through the city. And as I mentioned, there's all kinds, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just going to ask, which one is the building where this
The large
worlder is helping?
The large building in the center.
Okay.
Yeah. And he'll hobble away, and you can so as you go throughout the area, again, you're given some space. The thugs, you'll see that they give you more space than anyone else, but there's a lot of people witness this, so you'll actually get as you kind of walk through the shantytown, a lot of people will come out, and maybe they'll clap, or maybe they'll just kind of stand there and nod, but this is the first kind of act of kindness that these people have perhaps seen in a while. So it makes a pretty lasting impression on them.
Errol's not even going to assume it's for him. He's just going to assume it's for New Republic and the Jedi. I'm like, is this how they react everywhere you go? Must be nice.
Well, when you do the right thing, it's pretty easy.
And no, we usually get shot at, so.
That too,
Kex
yeah.
bends down his 7-foot frame into a squat next to the little kid and goes, I didn't know Errol even had a soft side. And then says nothing else before leaving.
Okay. So you arrive at this large building, and it was at some point a government building, probably a Tarisian administration building. It looks like it might have been a security building. Like I said, there's all kinds of like official government stuff, like sentry towers, turret emplacements. They just haven't been used. They're kind of just sitting there, kind of rusted. So as you approach, you can actually knock on the. You can kind of enter. Probably the door would just be open. You can actually see there's rows. There's racks, and there's what looks like There's kind of this lighting. There's what looks like mushrooms growing in these kind of beds. There are a few folks around with blasters that have some security. They don't look like thugs necessarily. They just look like regular folk. But as you approach, a man will come out from another room, and you can see he'll actually, he's actually quite surprised to see you, and he will walk right up to you, Ahsoka. and he will say, "You're Ahsoka Tano, former member of the Jedi Order."
I am, and you are?
Lorne San Tekka. I'm a scholar of the Force. I believe you were presumed killed at the Battle of Mandalore, but operated during the Civil War under Fulcrum.
You
He
know
goes,
a lot.
I do. I've had many conversations with General Hera Sadula at length about you. It's an honor. What are you doing here? I'm assuming the Vader rumors have drawn you out of hiding?
Yes. Do you know anything about them?
Well, what I do know is that there is some truth to it. I'm afraid he'll turn. He goes, he'll look towards the others, and the rest of you.
Whose turn is it to do introductions? My turn.
Don't look at me. I'm not
No,
a protocol droid.
Sorry, no. Sorry. Me and Jamie here. Swap off. No, I'll do it. Don't worry about it. Garb and Damien, we're New Republic Rangers.
Of course,
Here to-
from your patches, I see you're a ranger.
Yeah. Oh, wait, wrong one. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. So we're here with a little ambassadorial diplomatic.
He'll pull up his hand and he goes, "You're here. It's about damn time."
I agree. No, I'm with you 100%. Hopefully, we're gonna get some more people out of here. It's gonna be good.
He'll kind of turn towards you. He'll nod at you, Damien, because he sees the same patch. But when he sees Errol and KX, he's like, "You don't strike me as Alliance."
Definitely not. Just a bunch of nobodies here for a good time, I guess.
Well, then you're in the right place, my friend. So he'll turn back to you, Ahsoka. He goes, "I'm afraid there are sections of the Undercity where people dare not venture. The plague of the Rakghouls is long ended, but there are still a great many dangers. Unfortunately, I suspect you'll find your answers there. I would have investigated it myself. In fact, when I first arrived, my interest was following up on these rumors. But now, after I've seen what's happening, I'm trying to help these people. I'm doing what I can. There's cultivating a type of mushroom that grows down here that can be used for food. I don't know why, but the upper city appears to have abandoned them. There are few supplies reaching the people.
There is evidence that the minister is working with the remnant of the Empire.
Unfortunate, but perhaps not surprising.
As far as the rumors, you say that there is some truth to them, but how can that be possible?
I don't know, but I'm not. He'll kind of have a humble look. He goes, "I am not a practitioner of the Force, but I am one with the Force, and the Force is one with me." He goes, "So I sense that there is something wrong here, and in order to find it, you're going to have to go out there. I'm afraid I don't know what will be waiting for you, but I can think of no one else.
Point us in the right direction.
Well, I can think of no one else I'd rather have here than you."
Dang, I didn't know we were in the company of royalty here.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, she's a Jedi, dude.
Not a Jedi.
No, sorry, not a Jedi. Sorry, she specifically said not
I thought
a Jedi.
the Jedi were dead. Like, you guys.
Okay.
We had this
never get your
conversation
stories
like
straight.
half
Yeah,
an hour
we did.
ago.
But she's like not a Jedi. But like, okay, who else swings around lightsabers? Yeah, why else would she have a lightsaber and be jumping all everywhere?
Well, I've heard of these Sith guys. Think they also swing those around?
The
Sith are gone,
Jedi
too.
are no more.
And she is no Sith. I can assure you that, says Laura Santeca.
I fear that there is still something dark here, Sith or not.
He will actually say this is an old security garrison. It was manned by the Tarisian military at one point. I'm afraid it's been abandoned for some time, but You're welcome to anything that you might find useful, he'll say. And you can take, I guess you can take a look around. You can actually see at the back of kind of this big room where they're growing mushrooms are these little crappy air speeders. They look like they're dust covered. They look like they haven't been around in a while. And I did mention turrets. These would be kind of the turrets, but again, rusted. Not even sure if they'll work. There are some blasters and stuff, but you probably don't need them. And again, they don't look reliable to you.
Can I go up to one of the turrets?
Yep.
And can I?
They were used against the last. He'll say they were last used against the rat ghouls, which was some time ago.
Right. Is there a targeting system on these?
There are. Yep.
Huh. Can I attempt to remove the targeting system and put it on
Oh, interesting.
my weapon?
Yeah.
Is there any reason for us to believe that you would be really good at that already?
I think that's kind of
Out of game, is it something you're good at?
The fact that he's like going up to it and specifically looking at it and like knowing, kind of looking like he knows what he's doing, you probably can guess that he's pretty damn good at it.
We'd also hope that, like,
I will
if he
not.
wasn't, I'd be saying something.
Yeah, I will not lend a hand then.
This would be repair. It's either a repair roll, I think would be useful, would be the primary thing.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
figuring. So that's a 60.
Do we know how far it is that we need to travel into the Undercity?
He'll say it'll be a journey of. So he's not quite sure, but now that you're down here, a lot of the clutter. There's literally a billion people in the city above. So now that you're down here, the senses are much stronger. So I'll give you a force roll while Damien makes that roll. What did you get, Damien?
26.
Oh, yeah. You can hook it up. So here's what that'll do. That's going to give you an extra bonus 1d to anything that you're shooting.
Cool.
Or with that gun.
Very good.
I rolled a 24.
Yeah, so you can reach out with the force. You sense a disturbance. We'll say, just for the sake of, I think it's a few hours journey, but by foot. So you actually, it's that direction. You kind of feel it, and you can, you realize you can be there within a couple hours.
Can I kind of just run a hand along one of these little speeders and kind of peer in and assess how much it would take to get it, like, if it's not up and running?
Yeah, so you could do a quick assessment. So the speeders will require a repair roll of 20 to get them up and running. Yeah. There are 4 of them. They are single. They're kind of single occupant speeders, but people can hang on. A droid can hang on the back.
So
Lord, would you mind if we maybe borrowed one of these speeders?
They're not mine. They simply don't work. If you can fix them, you're welcome to it.
She'll open up and go in and take a look.
All of a sudden, the Jedi is
quite a
tinkering
few.
around.
Ahsoka, do you want us to help? Or?
Listen, it is canon that she is capable of repairing this. She
Okay.
has made her own.
Yeah.
yeah,
We just
So-
made 5 characters that are all techies. It's lovely.
Right? What was the point of that
If
being
one
my
of you
specialty?
wants to,
I'd go to a different
jump in, she's just gonna open the thing and start poking around. But if one of you wants to
I'm
jump
just jumping
in,
over
you
to the
can.
next one.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I'll do
Okay.
one as well.
KX is not jumping in. He is sitting back and watching.
Like she's not saying anything. She's just opening it and poking in and starts
All right.
like looking around for a tool and
KX.
What?
He already took the targeting system off of that. Should we see what else is good in there? See if we can give you some new parts today or what?
That's right. Yeah, so repair roll. What did you get us up?
Roll was terrible.
Wow.
That's the worst thing I've rolled all night.
Do you?
Well,
do you
Even if
I
I-
completely do not trust Roll20's die roller, but
Wait, did you do
Even if
46 or
you did
just
4D.
did 4D?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
okay, yeah.
So got a 4, and it gave you a
You're
4.
you're trying
Thank you for
to you're
looking
trying to
closer
roll
at that.
66, aren't you?
No, my repair is 4d6 plus
Oh,
2.
okay. Well, the +2 means +2 dice, doesn't it?
15.
No.
A 15. So you can start tinkering around. The power systems will come on. You just need a little help.
Yeah, I think. Well, unless Garm, you want to.
I'm like as soon
Yeah.
as like she
So
started
you
opening
guys
up, I'm
can-
like,
I
okay,
mean,
we can open it up. He's like,
There's
let's get into it.
this isn't all of a sudden the hardest role in the game is fixing the speeders. No, the whole mission fails because of it. No, you getting together. You can kind of work as a team and start. You can get these things up and running. One after another. The power units come back online, and they just kind of pop up. They hover like maybe a foot off the ground. Now these can't, unlike land speeders, these can gain altitude. So they can't fly off world or anything. They're more like kind of like snow speeders to some extent. Not that you can fly super high. I mean, you're in the Undercity, but I'll just shrink this down. As you can see, there's huge. You can fly between the roof surface and the skyscraping buildings. So yeah, good job. You can get that up and going. Errol, as you look around, you can't. So there's a couple of things. You do note that there is a control system. So the fence that surrounds the shantytown can be electrified. So there are portable electrical units that essentially you kind of like roll out the fence and activate it, and it's kind of just creates an electrical barrier. I mean, you could wrap KX in some electrical fence, attach the activator to him, so he can electrify so he can electrify himself if he wants to.
Is that for the good of the people, or is that to keep the people in?
None of this stuff has been used in decades.
Okay.
This was all. So in the history of Taris, there were these creatures called Rakghouls that were incredibly violent. So back in the day, they needed to build defenses, but Rakghouls are essentially extinct at this point in time. So this stuff has just been left derelict.
Yeah, he would just pull parts off the turret or whatever is laying around and just hand them to KX. And
The GM's brought up rock ghouls like 12 times. Something's
Yeah,
telling
no,
them.
I mean it would be a little disconcerting, but like out of character. Oh, well, I don't know if I should say that. Out of character knowledge.
but other than that, it's just story stuff. Nothing
Listen,
to worry
I-
about.
I will say, out of character, rat ghouls terrified me as a kid. So like,
Listen, I'm like to pepper this with Easter eggs, so I'm throwing in Rakghouls. I don't know if anyone noticed, but Laura Santeca, he is the guy.
Yeah, he's in Force Awakens.
The Force Awakens. Yeah. So
Yeah.
this is a younger version of him. But yeah.
And
So
also, he's been talking with Hera from Rebels.
that's right.
Just
Yeah.
name drops all over.
Luca is living for the name drops. Keep them coming.
So so you got the speeders up and going, and you can fly them out. Now, what you might want to do is, as you get, I guess, as Luca, as you or Ahsoka, as you sense that you're getting close, you might want to bring the speeders in for a landing, and then go in kind of more stealth or on foot. It's up to you.
Before we continue any further, can
Yeah.
we take a break?
Let's take a break. Yep, good
Yes.
job, because we're
Okay.
heading to the finale. All right.
question: where are we going right now? Is it like some sort of military complex or the
No, so essentially, if you picture the Undercity of Taris, a lot of it is abandoned. So the population center, like the actual people, have congregated around the elevators that go up to the surface. So there are areas where maybe the elevator no longer works, or it's just abandoned. So it's kind of picture this kind of, there's no power. It's just kind of this post-apocalyptic ruin of a city, but it's still city. It's skyscrapers. There's just no one there. So it's just desolation, right? So you have to go into kind of the Badlands in order to follow Ahsoka's, follow her sense of what's waiting.
Gotcha. So we're following the Force.
Yeah,
at this
that's right. Yep.
Well, with that ominous note, please join us back in about 5-ish minutes. We're going to take a break and go pee and get some drink.
Welcome back. So where we left off, you reactivated the speeders, and you're about to head out into the desolate Badlands and the Undercity, the ruins of Taris. So you can jump on. Everyone can kind of have their own speeder, except for UKX. I don't know. You just kind of bolt yourself to it. You become one with the speeder. It's like, and you can be on the back of Errol's, and you can fly out into the darkness. So there might be some secondary power, but essentially, this is really kind of dark and ominous as you fly between these skyscraper buildings, and there just is not a living thing. No animals, no insects, just shadow and darkness. And as you are flying, so we'll say, Ahsoka, you're in the lead because you're kind of following your senses. There is a fog, kind of like a mist or fog that just kind of hovers. So visibility isn't that great. But as you kind of fly the speeder along, suddenly something emerges from the shadows in front of you, and it's about 20 feet tall.
Oh, is that it?
As you can see, just kind of emerging from the fog, you can see this large statue of Darth Vader.
It's a statue?
It is. You can tell that
okay.
it's stone. So yeah, your initial. It's 20 feet tall. So obviously it's not. Obviously it's not a person. But
I was thinking maybe like a hologram, like we're getting Scooby Dooed here, and it's like Old Man Withers has got the light projection going.
So the lights. You have lights on your speeders. It kind of reflects back on it. You are taken aback. I mean, just the visage of Vader brings up memories. Maybe I will get you to do a will roll.
Absolutely.
What kind of laser brain built that thing?
And you realize this is probably a good place to set down your speeders.
33 was my roll, so I feel like I am able to recover, but for a dark second there or two, I am gonna like flash back to the Sith temple and the last time I saw Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Before Ezra pulled me.
So the craftsmanship is not bad, not amazing. I mean, so you can bring your speeders down because you sense that you're here, you're in the vicinity, and as you bring it down, you get out. You can be looking up at this tall feature. So Errol, you're kind of right, but it doesn't really. You don't need to make a roll to realize this is a relatively recent construction. So this has been. Yeah, so it's a kind of shiny, new, doesn't look like it's weathered. And it's just kind of sitting here in the middle of this abandoned section of the Undercity.
Someone is trying very hard to make people believe that Vader is still alive.
Someone trying, or are they succeeding?
Well, I guess they are succeeding a little.
Here's the question. Did your people ever see a dead body?
Which people? My people?
Who out of character? Who are you talking to?
Ahsoka, but aren't you guys all on the same squad over here?
I mean,
see a dead body. I have seen many die.
Have you seen this guy that's supposedly dead? Have you seen his dead body? Has anyone seen his dead body?
I believe General Calrissian.
I have been assured by people that I would trust with my life.
That is not the question I asked.
No, I did not see.
Then he ain't dead.
He is gone.
All I know is you gotta see a dead body to know someone's dead, but that's just me.
Whoever is behind this is trying to make everyone believe that he is still around.
What would they have to gain from that?
Fear, power, control.
Fair enough.
I suggest we try and find them.
You feel the Force pulling you forward.
Yeah. I think we should go this way.
So you can start to pick your way through the abandoned mega structures or superstructures. And could everyone give me a search roll, please?
Got it, boss.
5B.
Beep boop.
16.
All right, we're going Sparkle City for these.
Do it.
Ooh, I think it saved us. 13.
3.
Good, because I'm only 9.
Did somebody say 3?
Yes, hi. I am. I'm trying to come down on my combat stims.
Those pilot eyes are pretty great.
Yeah, so the highest you got's a 16. Yeah, not good enough. If you got, I want a 20. So if anyone wants to spend anything, you can. Otherwise, we'll just move on.
I would like to spend a force point to double my roll.
A force point.
So
Okay.
So a 32.
You will note moving through again, you're kind of sneaking through the superstructure, sneaking through the buildings, but you will see that probe, and it's flying. It's kind of flying overhead, but it's kind of a stealth package as well. You see it kind of just kind of heading down across street.
Can I attempt to grab it?
With the force,
With
yeah.
the force,
You can,
yes.
Yep. So you can roll 7 die 6. So you of course realize that once you grab it, it's it probably, I mean, it's kind of a droid, right? It might not fully understand what's happening to it originally, but at some point, if it sees you guys, it could tip off the whoever it reports to.
Yeah, if she's grabbing it and me being who I am, seeing something spying on me, doing something, as soon as it freezes in the air, I'm going to shoot it out.
Wait, no.
Listen, the
That
longer
was in
these
character.
things,
That was
the
in
longer these
character.
things are alive, the more they know.
So what did
Okay.
what did you roll?
A 31. So I guess now
Yeah,
I'm
so
pulling the wreckage
So
towards me.
you stop it in its tracks, and because it stopped, the difficulty to hit it is only 5, which I assume, Errol, you can do with your eyes closed. So you can just kind of bring the blaster out and blast it, and it will now be hovering in a kind of a smoldering mess.
welcome.
Yeah, I'll continue to pull it down and just assess if there's anything salvageable, and I'll look over at Garm and be like, is there anything you can get from this?
Repair roll to assess it, splicing roll to access its CPU if it's still.
Okay.
Still around.
Hey,
Yeah,
Game
I mean-
Master, what is splicing? Or
Splicing is the Star Wars term for hacking. Hacking a computer, yeah.
Is it
Yeah.
splicing or
Only an
Garm.
18 repair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I would have wanted to help repair as well. Just whoever was.
Yeah, so you can add a die if you're going to team up and kind of just look at it. But that's a good enough roll. I mean, it is frigged up because of the blaster bolt. I mean, it was a relatively small droid. But with that repair, I'll say you can recover the CPU intact. So a splicing roll would be required to kind of plug it in and see what it's seeing.
Well, don't everyone jump for it at once. I guess I'll take care of it.
No, whoa.
I thought
You
Garm
back the
was.
hell off. I got it.
Everyone
I'm
went
letting-
quiet.
No. All right, yeah. I'll start. I guess try to splice into it, and
I'm not going to help you
Access.
root around in some of the droid's brain.
I'm sorry. First off, it's not access in its brain. It's not even. It's not a comparable system. It's really. You should know it's not. I'm gonna focus here.
You better do this right, kid.
All right, give me a roll.
Okay.
Make it a good. So here, because it is a high security device, I would want a 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ouch.
I have character points, so
So the most you can spend is 2.
If you're struggling, I'm gonna step up.
I I have an aspector goal. It says if it doesn't work, I'll make it work one way or another.
Okay.
Oh, you gonna
Yeah.
burn it?
So
I'm gonna
that
use
gi-
it.
Yep.
Burn it.
So that gives you a free 2d6.
So we'll do that. Oh my god.
Now you can spend character points.
Now we're gonna use character
Oh my
points.
god.
Okay, wait. Let's do some math really quick.
17.
You're
17.
3 short.
3 short. Come on.
And Errol
Hey!
I was gonna say Errol was standing there loving
Right?
this. He's like,
Exactly.
No, I just kind of get a data spike. Just get a freaking little torch, pull out a wire, like.
Hey,
Ain't
Parmesan, you're slaughtering the thing over there. I thought you were good at this.
So a lot of the data file is partially corrupt. What I'm going to do is it will give you an image. It's an image of when it was deployed as it kind of flew out from the thing. So the image that appears is this one.
What the hell kind of old ship is that?
So you see a ship, it's just sitting there in the darkness. And there are two, what look like tank-like devices or transports. They're open and standing in front of each, and then everything is completely dark. So there's nothing is activated. But standing in front of each of these tanks are battle droids.
God, what is the
Battle
They're
droid.
all
About
B1 model battle droids.
What century was this thing launched in? My goodness. Hey,
The actual ship itself, the actual TIE fighter looking ship, it has power.
I want to actually check because this is something that Garm would really readily believe. Like he wants to check if there's like a date he could attach to this image. If like
yeah. So I'll say that's fair. You went through all that trouble of getting it. So this date is 1 day before the attack that occurred on the Crimson Dawn headquarters. So it's like 3 days ago.
Okay, just want to make in his head. It's like this is years. You know, no one's used a battle droid. Like this like that tech has been nothing that we've encountered recently. So, okay. I guess there was some kind of like scrap operation down here. Like, God, what the hell old is that?
They're all in perfect formation. They're all standing at attention. The guns are on their back. It's like they're just waiting.
So whoever's looking at us is like really dug in here. They got a lot of droids, like old droids, but like good droids, like Cold War droids. Oh my gosh.
That's a lot of battle droids.
Yeah.
Ahsoka, you are probably very familiar.
Yeah. Right.
So you note that each of these MTT transports carries about 120 droids. So there'll be about 240 battle droids here.
Yeah. So we're gonna walk up to these people and we're just gonna go for it, or
you don't know where this is. This is a static image. Unfortunately, the data is corrupt, but you know that it's out there somewhere. Ahsoka, the Force is drawing you in a specific direction.
Whoever's behind this has somehow gotten a hold of some old war tech.
yeah.
Isn't that Empire stuff, if I'm not wrong?
No, the Empire would use droids. They were no offense. Well, they would, but not at this degree. They had
These battle droids are from the Clone Wars. They were used by the Separatists.
Oh, so even further back is what you're telling me.
so I had to double check the date.
And I will give you,
Magnanimous
I
dispensation.
guess, Ahsoka, I will give you a scholar roll.
Okay.
It's just basically history. You lived it, so it's not going to be an overly hard one. But
Everyone go add 1 character point to your pool, by the way. Thanks,
Nice.
Callie numbers in chat.
You start using
Do I
these
get my-
character points.
Does that
They're
count
great.
as a force
The
point for
Savior took
me?
us.
That would be OP.
I don't
So-
have character points.
So yeah, so make your scholar roll.
Hold on, I gotta find it. 60 plus 2. Okay. $27.
Nice. You've seen this model of ship at the Jedi Temple in the archives. It's actually was one of these ships was recovered on Naboo following an encounter between Obi-Wan Kenobi, Qui-Gon Jinn, fighting a Sith Lord named Darth Maul.
Mm-hmm.
This is the same model of ship that he flew.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Somebody had to say it.
Have you
Bad feeling. KX,
And
what do
the
you think?
have you seen the decor of this place? This whole place is a bad feeling.
Hey, but we found some good parts, haven't we, buddy? Are you done with that thing over there? Because KX and I will clean it up for you.
You keep it. Go for it. Yeah, go.
Yeah, let's go. KX, take it. Look at that, buddy.
I'd really
All right.
prefer you to stop calling me buddy.
Sorry, it's a habit. I know you don't like it.
This whole
Try-
soft
trying to
side
be
of you,
better.
Errol, I'm not used to this.
It's just you and me, pal. What can I say?
So you've got yourself a little probe droid there. It's got some telescopic optics and an encryption communication package, all kinds of cool stuff. So you can tuck that away in some various spots for later. And Ahsoka, the Force is pulling you forward.
Yeah, I'm gonna start walking in that direction.
Okay. Each step feels heavier than the one previous. As you move, I guess further into the rubble. Oh, not that guy. Unfortunately, I accidentally pasted a battle droid there. As you're moving into the rubble, you'll actually see a
Accidentally.
structure up ahead. It does have power, but it's kind of very indirect lighting. It's kind of like it looks more Blade Runner-y than anything else. I mean, so it's this ominous building with this kind of indirect lighting. Creating more shadows than illumination. And even as you get closer, you can actually hear what sounds like chanting, ominous chanting. Coming, it's very faint, but you can pick it up with the Force.
Okay. Can I transfer a second and try and determine what I am hearing? What
You can try and
is
focus,
being
yep.
chanted?
Yeah, you got to go into a meditator. So suddenly Ahsoka just
Yeah,
kind of.
I'm just gonna
Yep.
just close my eyes and reach out.
Yeah. So give me roll with the Force 7D.
Oh, 25.
A 25. You can reach out. You do sense this that this building. So the Force is this building is not the source of the disturbances that you've been feeling, but there is something going on there. You are drawn towards it, but whatever is disturbing the Force is apart from whatever's happening there. It's kind of like more distant or more obscured. But the chanting itself, you kind of lean into it. It's religious. It's essentially using an old version of Galactic Basic, but essentially it is a chant of worship for Darth Vader. Whoever is chanting is worshiping Vader.
And only Ahsoka hears this?
She does, yeah.
Okay.
She can communicate. If any of you, so like for example, KX, you probably have augmented audio receptors and stuff. You can probably like, I'm going to turn up the volume and pick it up yourself, right? Others, you might have to strain, or if you have like a helmet or something that has audio enhancers, you might be able to listen to it. But right now, it's just Ahsoka.
I'm gonna say in a quiet voice, I think that we should stay away from that building for now.
And you can hear it, but the Force does draw you towards it. Something
Oh,
there.
that building? I thought
Yeah.
it was
No,
somewhere
so
else.
you can't
okay.
actually detect. So essentially, yeah, sorry, the your Force that you're sensing is kind of all around it, but the building itself, you feel strongly that it holds the secret to the statue. Obviously, there's a connection.
Okay.
And the rumors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then never mind. I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Do any of you guys recognize that symbol? Do we see that symbol that's in the picture?
Yeah. So you can make a roll on I guess probably a scholar as well.
I'm gonna ask them if they recognize it.
Do we, or do you want to?
Actually, you know what? I'm not going to make you do a roll. It is kind of a version of So it's a version of the Sith, an old Sith symbol.
Okay, I feel like I would.
You probably would know
recognize
that. Yeah.
It's
But
an
the
old
Sith religion
Sith
hasn't been
symbol.
practiced in quite some time.
What that hasn't been practiced in quite some time.
Well, I don't know too much about them.
But it's
them
new, and
Siths,
this building is not decrepit. It's been fixed up, and the paint, the symbol is freshly painted.
Interesting.
Someone seems to be trying to reactivate old religions.
Well, I only know what rumors people have said about our organization, but I'll just trust you as the expert in these things.
So how do you want to approach this?
I'm gonna try and sneak my way very
Okay.
stealthily up to this building to try and peer in, try and figure out if I can determine what would be the best way to go about entering this building without upsetting a whole bunch of potential Sith cultists.
You don't see. So as you approach, one of the things I'll give you guys is an investigation or search roll, whichever is higher, to kind of get an assessment of the area. If you're going to sneak, one of the things that you can do is you can designate. You can all make individual rolls, or you can designate a leader, and only they basically they have to make a sneak roll, but then they also have to make a command roll. Just to kind of guide you through the area. So what was the roll?
11 was my investigation.
Investigation. Okay.
I would prefer not to do individual rolls for the stealth.
Okay.
Yeah, what is sneak under?
Sneak is under perception. Stealth. It's the first
Oh,
one.
stealth.
Yeah.
I wish, based on the fact that I am who I am, I was better than I am, but I am not.
So you want to pick the person who has a high stealth and a high command.
I would just assume Ahsoka would be.
Channeled Popeye from.
You're welcome for that.
I am what I am what I am.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one that heard that. So
I mean, I did it on purpose, but.
So did anyone make a half decent search or investigation roll?
I'll roll my
11,
investigation
oh my
as
gosh.
well.
You're looking. So Ahsoka, you're just constantly being distracted. It's hard to stay focused. There's a lot of thoughts going on.
Mine's 13, so.
mine's 15, if that helps.
A 15 is perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for.
That's right on the edge. That's good.
So KX, you notice that this building has a surprising lack of security. So there's no guards, no cameras. There's a lot of big openings. So there's a lot of ways into it. It seems it was designed not from a functional standpoint, but just from a, hey, let's look badass and ceremonial standpoint. So you don't think it would be overly difficult at all. I mean, it's where it's located that kind of gives it its security. Who on earth would come here?
Okay, so
Sorry.
it looks definitely new though, right? Sorry.
It is. Yeah. It's,
ahead.
Sorry, the building was there, but it's been completely rebuilt. Like it's
Okay.
been some money,
Renovated.
some credits have been spent.
KX is
Sorry,
gonna.
Proper, go ahead.
You're fine. KX is gonna bend down to Errol and say, "For a building that has so many entrances and literally no security, does that mean that it's easier to get into, or that it doesn't need security because there's some real bad shit on the inside?"
Oh, Errol. Oh, there's Errol.
I am
Yeah.
so sorry. You can hear me, but I can't hear you because I just pulled my my earbuds out with my knee.
While he
I can hear you
is
again,
fixing
I
that.
think.
No worries.
Oh, but you.
Yeah.
Just go ahead. I'll be back.
Okie doke.
Okay. While he's doing that, I'm gonna ask, does it look like my recent life experience would make me very familiar with Sith temples? Does it look like someone took a pre-existing Sith temple and renovated it or built something on top of it?
Give me another scholar roll.
Okay.
I am so sorry I ruined that proper. I pulled them right out
It's
and then
okay.
I changed all my audio settings. Hearing half of what you said, all I know is it's not a good sign and it's probably a trap.
Okay, we're in the middle of Luca's roll. We'll get back to that in a sec.
19 was my roll. Sorry.
Yep. So that's good. You take a look at it with your experience with Sith temples. This is not a Sith temple. It's made
Okay.
to look ominous and impressive, and there are some Sith elements to it. But the Sith elements are the equivalent of what you'd pull off a Wikipedia page.
Right. Okay.
Right?
That's
These are
what I was
Sith
wanting to know.
wannabes.
Yeah, these are Sith posers.
Yeah. So that makes you feel a little bit, at first you were like, oh my God, oh my, the Sith, right? But this makes you a little bit more comfortable, and you realize, and again, KX, you realize that the lack of security and design, I mean, someone wanted this to look awesome, and that was more important than secure or fortified.
So Cole, basically what I said was, does it mean, if there's no security, does that mean the people inside are more dangerous than trying to keep people out?
They're either more dangerous or they're not at all important. But all I know is you guys were getting deep into it, and our differences and everything aside, it's us against them, and I hope you have my back and I'll have yours, at least through this.
Hey, Magic Lady,
Of course.
is this where the vibe check is not feeling too hot?
Yes, I believe whatever is happening, this is the source. It is somewhere within this building.
As you can tell, we've made some great advancements to KX and his dialogue and removed some protocols along the way, so you get used to it.
I can tell you've made a lot of modifications.
Took his bolt out, right?
Well, of course, those things are archaic and just disgusting.
All right, I agree. Good. Just want to make sure.
So Ahsoka,
No,
are you leading the way?
Yeah, are we doing a group stealth check? Is that what?
Yeah, so basically,
or-
if you want to lead them, you make your stealth check, and if you can make a command roll, then they can use your stealth check because you've basically guided them.
Okay, so stealth and then command. Okay.
Yeah. It's funny, I don't know whether or not when they came up with Ahsoka's stats, whether they had seen the latest stuff, but I think she has a half decent command.
She does actually.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
Okay, so my stealth was a 17. My command was a 25.
Okay, so the command is good. That means everybody, the worst you can get is a 17 on the stealth.
Okay,
Which-
everyone, just step where I step.
Since I was looking for a 15, you actually managed to enter the actual structure itself. And again, there's kind of like corridors that have no purpose. Stairwells, alcoves. It doesn't. It's obviously not a facility that's lived in. Everything here is just for kind of just for appearance. And in fact, there's not much in the way of furniture. All of the lighting is very moody and ominous. But as you make your way through, you can all hear the chanting. It's kind of coming to an end, and you'll find yourself. So the center of the building is kind of this colossal circular room, and it kind of is like 3 stories high, and there's kind of an overlooking balcony. You'll actually find yourself on it. So you're looking down into this room, and there's kind of this railing. So you're kind of hidden in the shadows, so you can just see what's going on. And I will drag you over here. You can see below dark-robed figures. There's probably 20 of them kind of gathered in front of a raised platform. There's these steps that go up to a raised platform. And on that platform is another robed figure wearing a mask. And the chanting is just finished. And the robed figure will step out and he goes, "Fellow disciples, our time is at hand. The new republic is weak, pitiful. They can't even bring Coruscant under their control, let alone the Outer Rim. As for the Empire, their chain of command is fractured. What could possibly bring the remnant rank and file in line? That which they fear the most. I present to you Lord Vader, resurrected." And
I'm just going to point.
And you'll see stepping from an alcove, this kind of mist rolls out along the ground. Stepping from an alcove in Ahsoka, you're immediately, he just kind of steps out onto this raised platform. And I don't know what your reaction is.
I'm immediately pouring everything I can into sensing who this is.
Give me a roll. 76.
Whispering. Remember
Because
what
I
said
know
about
Vader
dead
and I know
bodies?
what he would feel like. Do you know what I mean?
For sure. Yeah.
Um,
And the guy with the mask, as you're making that roll, he's like, "Soon Taris will have Star Destroyers and thousands of troops to command, enough for the core worlds to take notice again and give us our due."
I rolled a 26.
You reach out, empty, nothing. It's not even a person. It's a droid. And as you realize that, I don't know, the look on your face, do you just kind of like a sigh of relief or relaxed or?
I think I would actually just kind of knit my brows together and
You're like
yeah,
and,
what? And I'm gonna turn to Errol and be like, "It's a droid."
And this guy and the guy with the mask is very animated. He's obviously very proud of this. Vader will step forward. As he reaches the steps, he's going to kind of walk down into the group of acolytes. As he reaches the top step, Vader trips on his cape and actually tumbles down the steps. Everybody kind of steps back, and the guy in the mask is like, "I told you that cape was too long. If Vader's broken, I won't need the Force because I'll use my own hands to choke the life out of you." And some technicians who are not in cloaks will come running out. And all of the acolytes kind of come in and they're trying to stand Vader back up. What are you guys gonna do?
What the
I'm
heck?
trying to get a read on Mask Guy now.
Yeah, give me a roll. Actually,
Okay.
he will in his rage, he kind of takes his mask off and throws it to the ground. And you can see it is Tanu Stern, the first minister.
His face.
This is
The
full
fuck?
on. This is "Oh brother, where art thou?" Energy. So hard right now with
So-
Stokes.
Vader is just 3 battle droids in a trench coat, right?
Is you or is you ain't marking stitches.
Yeah, so
Yes.
so he kind of rushes forward, and it's like they're trying to stand him up. If you guys are and all of a sudden, Ahsoka, you give me a willpower roll.
Oh. No. Okay. 6. 18.
18. Okay, you're going to be stunned just for a round, as the dark side of the force just washes over. It just kind of flows into the room and washes over you. It's
Okay, I'm gonna.
and it's it's shocking because this was almost this is borderline comedic. These guys are incompetent, and all of a sudden the dark side is just here, and the rest of you can hear a voice, and it's more like a whisper, and it's like, "Fools, you have no idea the power of the dark side, but I will show you that power." And Stern immediately it gets lifted up into the air. His arms are pulled taut, outstretched. He starts to shriek horribly in agony as his limbs are twisted and broken, and his body is just finally crushed and crumpled in on itself, and he drops, and the robed figures just start screaming. They leave Vader the Vader droid kind of standing there, and they start to run in all different directions, and coming in. So let me grab something here, and you can now act. So you couldn't do anything to save Stern. And if anyone else wants to try and do something, but it's kind of horrifying to witness. But because you were stunned, all you could do is watch helplessly as this guy was essentially torn apart or quartered by the force. And as you,
I'm still just like, force.
as these people are running, you'll see coming from a couple of alcoves. You'll see one coming from the left, one coming from the right, are super battle droids, and they literally just start opening fire on these people. Cut it like their blasters are going rapidly, and they're just cutting these acolytes down left and right. What are you guys gonna do?
I have an idea. How about we just let this play out and let them solve each other?
Can I, through gritted teeth, say there's something here?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you say that there's something here. Yeah, you're free now.
Something else here.
The stun was warned off. Yeah.
Okay.
You just
Right,
couldn't
where?
do anything to save Stern.
I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff down there. I mean, people got shot right now. We should probably go. I mean, I don't have the range.
Keep your voice down a little bit.
People are running and
People are screaming. How can you not?
The battle droids are very methodical. They're just kind of walking, turning, and all the while the Vader droid is just standing in the middle of it all.
Can we hide?
I feel like we're hidden, right?
Yeah, you are hidden. Yeah.
I want to hide
Can
more.
Around and try and feel where the dart is coming from.
You can reach out with the Force.
What is our position in relation to the crowd? Again, we're kind of like looking
You were on a
down.
balcony overlooking this circular room. Yeah.
I want to start trying to look for a way to quickly get down.
23.
Yeah, you could actually so there would be there probably would be stairs going down, or you can just leap over and drop. I would say that wouldn't be too hard on you.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Wait,
So suddenly,
I'm getting down there.
Garm will just whoop right over the railing. he's going into it.
Shit.
What a bunch of silly flyboys.
Damien's
Get out
gonna-
this way. Come on.
Damien's gonna curse and bring his e-web around and just start opening fire.
Gotta set it on the railing and just start.
Yeah.
Okay. What's Errol and KX doing?
Yeah. First off, he's gonna curse them. Be like, these New Republic flyboys always just jumping into action, not even thinking. He's gonna kneel next to Ahsoka, kind of KX, come on, something's wrong. We back your
Ahsoka,
play.
You reach out with the Force. You find the source of the dark side, and it finds you. You kind of lock onto each other.
Okay. Do I know who, where? Anything like that?
The only thing that no, there is a familiarity to it. You've
Mhm.
sensed it before, once before when in the presence of Darth Maul.
Mm-hmm.
They're here. They're in this.
Can I?
Yeah, in fact. So
they're
you're
here?
you're kind of on a balcony on one side of this circular room. There's a balcony on another. They're there waiting.
All right, I'm gonna stand up and attempt to make eye contact with him, wherever he is.
Yeah, well, you can leap across if you want, but Errol is trying to get your attention. Or do you just stand up, kind of very focused, and ignore him?
I'm just backing whatever her play is, so I'm just waiting.
gonna stand up. Do I see Maul?
You look across. Yeah, you haven't seen. So again, Maul's fate is a bit of is a bit of an unknown, right? So you look up. It's familiar, but not quite. But all you know is that they're there in the shadows. You can't see them with your eyes, but you see them with the Force, and your hands are instinctively going towards your lightsabers. But you can leap across the span and land on their balcony if you want. That's up to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, Maul. So this is the dark hole that you climbed into, and I'm gonna start heading that way.
You're gonna leap across. Okay, so on the round. So basically, Garm, when you landed, the battle, you're in harm's way because of the battle droids. So there's two of them. So we will roll. They're kind of in active combat mode. So we will roll. They'll get an initiative. Everybody can roll an initiative, and we'll see how this goes down. So the battle droids have a 10. If anyone beats me, then you can go first. Obviously.
17.
I'm going to use a character point.
Okay, to increase it. Yeah.
What was the
Another character
initiative
point.
again?
Sorry, a 10. You have to beat a 10 to beat the battle droids.
11 for me, and I use 2
Okay.
character points.
All right, I forgot what you roll for. Oh, there, it's right there. Never mind.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
can't read. I can't read. I rolled an 11.
Okay. KX, what do you have?
What are we doing?
Initiative.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
I have a 7.
7?
Trying to shuffle people out.
I have 12.
Okay. And Ahsoka.
17.
Okay, so you go first. So just give me. I'm not going to make you do a roll. You can jump right across the span and land on the balcony, where in your mind you're picturing Maul, but when you land, someone else is waiting for you. You can see she kind of steps out of this aperture or hole, and she'll actually look at you. And she's like, I was hoping for Skywalker, but I know you, Ahsoka. She'll say as she locks eyes on you. You can see she does have a double-bladed lightsaber in her hand, which is not yet active. And we will come back to you and the apprentice in a moment. So Garm lands. One of the battle droids turns. Damien, you realize that the battle droid has the drop on Garm and is going to probably blast him. But you and Errol can KX. You, Errol, and KX all get to go first. So KX, you're up.
Oh, how exciting. Things that I was definitely ready to do. I guess what he's going to do is...
So there are 2 super battle droids.
Yep.
One of them is focused on Garm. The other one is still blasting occultists.
Yeah, if you even attempt to jump off, Errol's gonna be like, "Stay up here. We're not fools like they are."
Oh, no, don't worry. KX arms are going to flip around, and at the end of both of them are now two guns. And he's going to attack one droid with each.
Okay, nice. So you just subtract one. Take your blaster and subtract 1 die from it, and then roll that for both attacks.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will do that right now.
The droids are not going to dodge, but they are fairly formidable in terms of their armor and chassis. So 15s are required to actually do any damage to them.
So one of them is a +1d against droids. So can I actually add that in?
Sorry, that's your damage. Yeah, so you don't add that. You add that.
Oh,
to your
that's damage, isn't it?
Yeah,
Okay.
not your roll. Yeah, yeah. So under your skill, there's blaster.
Well, I haven't used any of my character points. Can I do that now?
You can, yeah.
Let's
You
do
can
that
always
then.
use them after the roll because that's what they're for.
That's all I needed was a 15.
So you just kind of go to the edge of the balcony and
Yep.
just start firing down at these two super battle droids, and you hit them both.
Oh, do I do it twice?
Yeah, you have to roll twice if you're making 2 attacks.
No worries. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah. No worries.
Nope, that was not correct. The second one was a 21, so yes.
Nice. So we'll go ahead, roll your damage.
Okay. 46 plus 2, that's actually a 5.
So the gun you're using, I believe, has psionic energy, so it does that extra d6 against droids.
Okay, well, one of them is going to get 19 points of damage.
Okay.
And the other one ignores blast vests, which I assume droids don't have. So
They do have armor, but yeah, that's just a straight up strength roll.
And so 19 to one and 16 to the other.
So you blast them both. The first one, the ionic energy kind of dances across the droid's chassis. It pivots a bit, and there's some sparks that fly from its joints. The second one takes the hit and just keeps on kind of trudging. These things are tough. They're both still operational after the blast. Basically, it's now Errol and Damien. You got the same initiative, so.
Go ahead, Damien.
All right. Damien's gonna prop his repeating blaster up on the side of on the ledge, and just do a sweeping arc across to both of the droids as well.
Okay.
And because of that new targeting system, I essentially don't have that minus.
Do you have? Are you concerned at all about possibly hitting acolytes? It's just the two droids are they come in from opposite sides. So when you do an arc, it's going to be a wide sweep. I'm just going to say there's a chance you could hit it. You could hit an acolyte. That's up to you.
I think right now I wouldn't.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Garm is in. He's in harm's way. So.
Yeah. So the first one is.
Yeah, you need 15s. That's
a 16.
Yep.
For the first one, and then the second one is. Oh wow, it's a lot of 4s. 20 for the second.
All right. So all of a sudden, the heavy repeating blaster just opens up. The bolts start hammering down into, hitting the droids, blowing chunks off of the wall, and you can roll your damage.
Okay. 7. 27 for the first one.
Nice. And the second?
I don't think that one's going to be as good. 10, 20, 21 for the second.
So the first one that you hit literally gets dismembered by the blaster bolts, like just kind of chews away at its armor, and arm flows off, and it just kind of explodes and falls backwards. The second one is damaged, so there's an explosion, and it's smoking, but it's still firing.
Okay.
Errol, you're up.
I cannot see this lady, correct?
No.
Okay.
You can probably say, Ahsoka, is your lightsabers lit or not lit? Sorry, that might make a difference.
I jumped over and landed with lightsabers out.
Okay, so therefore the opposite balcony is probably illuminated, and you can see Ahsoka with the lightsabers and this other person, although their lightsaber is not lit, but you can see their shadow of who they are.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of keep an eye in case I need an opening to fire a shot over there, but I'll try to get rid of for now the one that's smoking.
Okay.
So I'll just anchor my position on the balcony and shoot at it. Yeah, that's an 18.
Yeah, that's it. Just need a 15, so you can roll your damage.
Okay. And the damage is the same. Okay. All right, here we go. Damage. 14 for the damage.
You hit it right in. I roll a 13. So you hit it right in the optical receptor. There's an explosion as your blaster bolt kind of fries its head, and it fires off a couple of shots in random directions, but will collapse forward. There, as the acolytes will just screaming. They just kind of they'll exit that center area, but there's no more immediate threat from the droids. Meanwhile, across the balcony, she lowers her cowl and steps forward, and she's like, Ahsoka, you know we're not that dissimilar, you and I, both abandoned by our masters. I was drawn here by vengeance, and since you were drawn here by me, you too are here for revenge. She'll just kind of say that. You want to say anything to her, or?
I was not abandoned by anyone. And do I recognize her at all?
Yeah, you're kind of reach. Yeah. I'll give me a force roll
Okay.
as you're just trying to understand this.
27.
So you actually kind of reach out, and it's kind of like you let her know this question that's on your mind. Like, do I know you? She almost picks right up on your thoughts, and she just kind of like, yo, you don't know me. She goes, others and I were taken as children by Crimson Dawn. We were trained by Maul and forced to fight each other until only I remained. My master trained me for but one purpose, to kill Sidious's apprentice, the chosen one. Maul told me he was the key to everything, but then he abandoned me, and Crimson Dawn sent their assassins to kill me, but I survived, believing that I was still meant to defeat Darth Vader. Then Skywalker robbed me of that. Perhaps this is my destiny. Perhaps this is our destiny. Maybe Crimson Dawn and these fools are not my revenge. Maybe you are.
So your destiny is forming a phony cult?
I'm not with these fools. I came because I was seeking Vader. But instead I
Vader
found...
is gone.
And so I find you, and my destiny shifts.
Okay, she's gonna attack.
Okay, you can bring up the lightsabers, and so you're the first one to attack. You can dive forward. So what's everybody else doing? You can hear this kind of back and forth on the other balcony. The acolytes have started to run, or they're gone in all different directions. But you see that a double-bladed red lightsaber will ignite as Ahsoka seems to charge this individual.
Let them fight.
I'm surprised. Aren't you doing side bets? Come on, where's the credits?
No, I just wanted to say that quote.
Oh,
He's just gonna turn to Damien. This guy that you're with, he always just jump into things like crazy, or what?
More often than not. Garm! Garm!
What?
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
So,
Took all the fun though.
Garm, you'll actually hear more screams and blaster fire coming from outside.
Ah, shit. We gotta get outside. Just tell people dying.
We just gonna leave Ahsoka?
She's got it. She's got two. What? You're gonna jump in there? I don't know if I.
Listen.
They're doing the thing.
KX and I will cover from here. You guys hold the door. Let us just yell if you need anything. I'll watch them.
Don't watch. Shoot the
Look,
crazy
listen,
one.
Obviously, that's what I'm watching for. I don't want to shoot Ahsoka in the back.
No.
I'm waiting for the opportunity.
You guys go help with the door. Blaster fire is not going to help. And Damien's going to drop his heavy repeater.
Yep.
And from his back, he's going to pull out, kind of flip a switch, and a handle is going to come out from the side of his back, and he pulls out a long vibro
vibroblade. Oh, you're gonna go get into it. Okay. So Ahsoka, you rolled a 17 for initiative, I believe.
This is what the New Republic's spending all their money on. Sheesh.
Roll here. Yeah. So you know what? She wasn't really. The fact that you're taking the initiative and attacking her first is a bit unexpected. So you got initiative. So go ahead. So her lightsaber snaps on, and she comes up, and there's all of a sudden you guys see the flurry of lightsabers as the two of them clash. And Ahsoka, you can roll your crazy high number of dice. But thankfully, I have a crazy high number of dice too.
I don't care what Damien says. I'm not jumping down.
GM, just let me know how long it takes me to get over there.
1 round. Yeah.
I'm heading outside.
Okay. You start running outside, and Errol and KX, are you staying in or are you going out?
I'll let you answer, Errol.
KX, that idiot's running outside. What do you want to do?
I'm ready to smash some shit.
You just said the magic words. Let's go smash some shit. I guess we're jumping down to go save this fool.
KX will turn to Damien or whoever's still up on the balcony and just say, remember, if you're dying, just scream in agony. And then jumps off the balcony.
All right. You can jump off the balcony. Damien is running as fast as he can to get over there to help Ahsoka. All right, Ahsoka, it's up to you to give me a lightsaber roll. Now, remember, your force, you can allocate as many die as you want to your attack or damage. You just have to divide it. So where do you want it? You just have to decide where you're going to put the 7D.
So I was doing attack, which is 12D plus 1. Is that right? Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
And then, and I'm just going up with 1 blade at first, for a 50 attack.
Okay.
With 29 damage, and I'm going to say, I am not your destiny.
All right, so I need to make a roll here. Jesus, do I want to roll? I want to roll all these dice. 29. Okay, here we go. So you leap forward. I'm going to use a character point here. So you leap forward. The lightsabers come up. And they'll clash, and there's kind of that snap as they collide with each other. And she'll just smile. And the odd thing is, the smile reminds you of Maul. It's just kind of, she has his mannerisms. So the lightsabers clash.
Trained by him and everything. Yeah.
And you were just doing 1 attack, and she just kind of stares. She kind of glares. You did that 1 attack. She glares at you, and she's like, all I am is hate. What can you draw upon that could possibly make you powerful enough to stop me? I don't know if you have an answer, but
say
it. What? What do you want me to say?
Hope.
God damn it, Cole.
Not that movie.
All right. So it is. Let's do another. And she just clashes with the lightsaber. She's holding them. They're kind of clashing together. She actually uses her round just to say that to you. She doesn't attack back. Doesn't mean she's not going to. But it's now everyone. It's initiative. So she has, and Garm will get to you and the others as you get outside in a minute. 9. She has a 15. She's a named NPC, so I'm going to use 50. So use another character point. I got a 17.
Are we redoing initiative?
Are we re-rolling initiative?
Just because it's her. It's just not the battle droids. Yeah. So we'll do 1 round with her, Damien and Ahsoka, and then we'll switch outside.
14 for me.
Okay. And Ahsoka?
Oh, 10, but I'm going to use a force point to double it. So 20.
Oh, you're using a force point. 20. Okay. She'll use a dark side point. Just kidding. She almost had to. So basically, all of a sudden, Damien, you come running up here, and all of a sudden there's this intense flurry of lightsaber attacks, and you can see that the woman with the red lightsabers, she just smiles, and she, it is fighting Maul. You're immediately brought back to Mandalore and that last confrontation that you had with him. All of a sudden, the blades coming after you, one after the other, spinning around as she's trying to overcome your defenses. You are going to have to do 3 parries. So you can just make your. Actually, I'll tell you what rolls you have to make. And just remember, using a force point. So whatever you roll, just double it. Okay.
Okay. And I'm doing first parry, parry first attack, parry second attack, and parry third attack.
That's right.
Okay.
So go ahead, make 3 rolls and let me know what you get.
28.
And doubled, so 50, 56 or 52.
Yeah, and then 41.
Okay, don't worry about it.
32.
I'll keep track of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I know Jedi's can get crazy. And one more.
And then third attack parry is a 38.
38 doubled. Okay, so basically your defense is tight. As she comes in and starts swinging these lightsabers, you start blocking them left to right. She was saving. You come running up the steps towards her, Damien. She was saving one action just as you appear on the balcony. She just kind of moves her hand, and she's going to try and force push you into the wall just to kind of slam you up against it as you reach the top. So what you'll need is essentially a strength roll. I'm assuming your strength is relatively good.
It's decent.
And I want to.
So if I use a force point, does it double everything for the rest of the encounter?
It does for 1 round. Just 1 round. No.
Oh, I won't do it yet then.
Yeah.
I'm assuming she's got me on this.
I didn't roll necessarily super great.
I mean, it's 12. Like it's.
Oh, okay. Yep. So basically, you're just going to have to roll your strength damage again as she slams you into the wall hard, and you're just going to take damage. So that strength damage was the strength that you rolled. The first one was to resist, to not be thrown. Now you're just going to use damage, but your armor counts here, so don't forget to add that.
And this is physical.
It is physical. Yep.
Okay. That's 19.
So you get slammed into it hard. She does enough to wound you. So what that means is that all actions until you apply a med pack are at -1d.
Oof.
So you get slammed into it, and it's your guys' action. So Ahsoka, what do you want to do? So you've taken 3
your
actions.
guys' as in us? Okay.
Yeah. So you've taken 3 actions. Sorry, it wasn't clear. You've taken 3 actions, so you're going to want to subtract. If you're going to take a 4th to attack back, you're going to subtract that 3 dice from whatever you're doing.
I'm trying. Okay, so she came at me, and I had to parry 3 times.
Yeah.
And then he attacked.
Yeah. So just subtract. So whatever your die roll is, just subtract 3 dice from it.
What if I just want to parry what she's doing and push him back with the force?
Oh, you want to keep him away?
Yeah.
Yeah, she already pushed him she didn't really push him back. What she did is lift him up, and she lifted him up and slammed him into the wall just to try and knock him unconscious. But he's tough enough that he survived it. He just got, a concussion.
I just don't. Okay. Yeah, no, I'll go ahead and just attack her.
Okay.
-3 dice.
And you can feel the rage kind of coming off her.
34.
34. Okay.
Well,
26 damage.
doubled also that 34.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm doing that on my end.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
just-
thankfully she spent a force point. You know what? I'm gonna have to use a character point again. I'm gonna use my +2 advantage, and I'm gonna use another character point, which also gets doubled here. So she barely. So you basically come back at her with your. You got your twin sabers now, I assume.
Yeah, do you want me to do like 2 attacks? Because I've got here, I don't know how many I'm allowed per thing, but it's like 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's you just decide that. So I just made that table for you, so it automatically subtracts the dice. So you can come back with her and kind of flurry with it. She'll bring up the double-bladed lightsabers and parry it, but just barely.
Yeah, well, I'll make 2 attacks then.
Okay, give
the
another
second one will
swing.
be 37
High rolls.
with 27 damage.
So as she's distracted, this one's actually going to get through. So as you guys dance around, you're going to hit her kind of on the shoulder, where you'll see that kind of classic lightsaber kind of a cauterized wound. She grimaces, but she doesn't go down.
Okay.
Nice moves, Jedi.
I am no Jedi.
So Garm, it's up to you. Or sorry, Damien, you're up.
Damien. So have I taken any actions?
You haven't. Nope.
Okay, so I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna brandish the vibroblade, and I'm gonna rush up to this Sith, and I'm going to.
As he rushes up, I'm going to say, I've got this. Help the others.
So what do you do?
The others are fine. You need help. I'm going to spend a force point.
Okay.
To double all my die. And I'm going to take.
You can take a number of actions equal to the dice in front of your dexterity. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to take. Yeah, screw it. I'll take 4.
Okay.
4 attacks. So first up. 10. 28 on the first.
Yeah. So just roll them all and then give them to me, and I'll. So 28. You come in. I'm going to go to the die roller. Too many dice. So you come in. You swing with the with your vibroblade. So one of the benefits of double-bladed lightsabers is that it gives an advantage against 2 opponents. So she'll manage to bring the lightsaber up. There's a clash. Your vibroblade actually is ray shielded, so you can actually fight a lightsaber with it. So she doesn't cut your lightsaber or your vibroblade in half, but she does parry it.
Okay, well that 38 wasn't doubled. If that.
Oh, it was. Okay, sorry. Give me it double, please. I rolled a 62 in total.
That was a total of 76.
Yeah, so that's actually So I need to. That's actually going to be a hit. So roll your damage.
Okay. Then the vibroblade damage. Do I double the damage as well?
No, you do not. Damage is the only thing that doesn't get doubled when you use a force point.
20 damage.
So Damien comes in and she swings. She brings up the lightsaber. The slash of the blade cuts into her thigh, and she staggers back. It was a staggering blow. She doesn't go down, but she's definitely reeling from it, and you can see the hatred just on her face you can feel it, Ahsoka, as it's just kind of rolling off her.
Yeah. Second attack. 10, 21. I'm gonna use a character point for. It's 48 total.
48 total.
Mm-hmm.
Is that already double?
Yeah.
Yeah. She'll block. So she manages. It's a bit desperate. She gets up and she manages to block that attack.
So are her dice going down at all with these blocks, or
They
no?
do, but she used a force point as well. So
Right.
and she
And
gets
she-
to add. She gets
gets
to
like
add the force to it.
14
So
die,
so
yeah.
she just has a ridiculously high number.
Yeah. So I guess I'll just. I don't know if these other two are gonna hit, but let me
Well,
see.
you hit on the first one, so
That's 24 total, which is really
Okay.
low. Yeah, after a while, these get really low. And then another 24 total for the fourth.
yeah. So the last two. So you did manage to wound her, but the last two, she kind of twirls the lightsaber around to try and get some distance, and she starts to back away. Meanwhile, outside, Garm, as you kind of exit, you'll see that the acolytes are kind of running in all different directions, but you'll note that battle droids are kind of coming out of the mist. Their target doesn't appear to be the building. They're just kind of marching forward, and this is the old B1 battle droids. But if there's an opportunity presents itself for them to shoot someone, they shoot them. But they appear to be marching with purpose, more or less in the direction that you came from. In other words, the shantytown. There's dozens of them that you can just see, and you know from the video, there's probably hundreds.
Are they close together, or are they kind of spread out in the street?
They'd be in squads. They'd be close together. Yep, they're moving around. They don't. You're kind of just at the entrance. Again, they're not actively looking for people. They're just opportunity shots. So they don't see you. They don't target you at the moment.
Right. Is it possible to get behind or kind of like in cover near the building and start taking shots at them?
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, Errol and KX, you see this as well happening as you come up behind Garm. So you can act this round as well.
Perfect. In that case, I am going to take. I'll just open up with 2 shots of my pistols into the closest squad of battle droids. So, it's gonna be an 18 to hit on the first one.
Yeah. So the battle droids, I have to do it, but they're just kind of like, is that someone over there? I don't know. Go check it out. Roger, Roger. As they kind of turn around and start moving that direction. And you just kind of blast one and it goes down. The others kind of look. Again, they're not overly perceptive when it comes to things. So you just take one out. They're very fragile. One blaster bolt typically takes one down.
Perfect. Now I'll shoot a second time. 14.
You just need 10s to hit. So as long as that's a
Perfect.
hit. So you like go along, you just boom, you take one down. One goes over to check the first one that you blasted and you take it down. But it is dawning upon you that there's so many of them that there's no way that you could possibly, shoot them all.
Yeah, well, I have a plan a little bit.
Okay. Errol and did you have another attack?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just how many die you have in the dexterity, yeah?
You have to decide. So if your blaster, for example, is 6D and you take one attack, you roll all 6. If you take 2, then you roll 5.
Yeah.
If you
So
take-
as
that's
many as I
That's
can.
right.
Perfect.
I'll
Take a last
Yeah,
one.
go ahead.
So that's a 10 for the last one.
So you blast a third battle droid, and it goes down. There's now a unit of battle droids. I'm going to say there's 6 of them in total. They're not going to attack this round, but they're now actively searching. Hey, something's wrong here, and they'll start to turn around, and they're starting to kind of look around, searching for whoever shot their comrades. Errol and KX, what are you doing?
AX, you ready to do the thing?
Let's do it.
So Errol's gonna run up and pat KX on the back, and a stand is gonna slide out from his side. And he's gonna put his foot up on it and grab him around, and he's gonna ride KX and shoot some droids. Like we gotta keep this fool alive.
I love learning new things about my character
Right?
in the role play.
I knew you would be.
This
down for
was
it, so.
definitely a thing I knew before coming here.
All right, so I'm gonna try. Oh,
So you're just like sprinting out and amongst them.
just up
Yeah.
to.
Well, you go running
at
out this
least-
squad of 6 battle droids. I'm like, hey, what's that? Is it one of us? As they just kind of look and turn towards you, but you can go ahead and blast. The
You wish
difficulty
you
is
were as cool as me.
the difficulty is 10 battle droids are not allowed to dodge. It's in the rules.
Oh, I'm
That's
gonna
spectacular.
try to shoot at least 2. So the first one is a 7, so I'll spend another character point. There we go for a 13. And then damage.
Hey, he's shooting at us. You don't need to roll damage for battle droids.
Okay.
Also in the
cool.
rules, they just when you shoot them, they just fall apart. So poof, ching, the head goes flying off, the arms fall off.
All right, one more. Okay, that one was 10. So
It's sheer numbers that make them a threat. So KX, are you actually doing anything, or are you just kind of running around?
What I'm imagining is that we took this gun off of the turret we looked at earlier, and
Yeah.
In my head, I don't know what Cole was thinking. That means we have 2 more guns on either, or 1 more arm, one more gun on each arm.
Okay.
So,
So are you
if
just
we have
gotta...
a whole bunch of battle droids, we might as well just go ham.
Okay, go ahead. You can actually just unload.
I love unloading. Do you want me to roll or not? Roll to.
I do want
shoot?
you to roll. Just roll your full blaster. What I'll do here is I'm just going to treat it as a single attack that's kind of just going in all directions, and I'll just see how effective it is. You have 3 battle droids that are potentially a threat, but there's more just in and around the area.
That's
So
a
here's the
13.
deal.
Yep. What's that?
You got a 14?
13.
13. So here's the deal. If you just want to target the 3 that are actually going to fire back, then you need to target them individually because they're threats. If you just kind of want to do a general mayhem while Errol is shooting, I will actually let you, just as you unleash, I'll let you shoot.
Oh, General
one battle-
Mayhem is right in KX's
Then
wheelhouse.
I will actually let you destroy 1 for every roll you did, 14 battle droids, as you just kind of, because they're just marching along. But the ones that are kind of actively fighting you, they're still going to be a threat. So that's your choice. So yeah, as you just run, you're just randomly shooting at ones in the distance. Your blaster bolts are hitting them, and as you come running towards these 3, they will actually open fire at you. Battle droids, unfortunately, are worse than stormtroopers, but they, they have a chance.
Okay.
They're kind of brave. They might be able to do something. That is going to be one of them actually managed to get a shot. Now you can do a dodge, but you're going to be down 1 die. So you have to roll higher than 13.
I'm pretty sure I cannot roll a 13 on 1d6. So
Then you get blasted. So you're going to roll your strength plus your armor.
and so when at the very, very beginning of this game, you said they pulled off a piece of my armor. Is that part of the?
that was just for fun.
Just for funsies? Cool.
Yeah.
So as KX takes a blast, Errol's gonna turn to Mr. Parmesan. You got a plan here, kid? We're definitely outnumbered.
Draw them back in here. We need them all. We gotta get as many as one spot as possible.
This better work out.
That is a 20, Fazul.
A 20. That is an amazing roll. Jeez.
I mean, I did add a character point because it was 19, and I was like, I'm not sure. just in case.
Yeah, so it is going to blow off a chunk of your armor, so your armor is going to go down a notch, but you don't get the wound status.
Love it.
Meanwhile, back inside, we'll just go with the initiatives. That means she has an initiative. She rises to her feet. She actually looks at. She kind of probably stares at you more than anyone, Damien, because you're just not worthy enough to be here. You're getting in the way of her destiny, and you hurt her. So she's like, "I will put an end to your meddling, fool." As she brings the lightsabers, and she comes barreling towards you. Now, Ahsoka, you, of course, can do defenses on behalf of other people. It's just a little bit more. It's just a little bit more difficult.
Okay. What do I need to do?
So what you need to do is she makes 2 attacks on Damien. One is going to be a 39, and the other is going to be a 40. So you need to roll your lightsaber plus your force skill in order to defend. But you're going to need to subtract. He's making 2 attacks. You do need to subtract 1 die.
Okay. So I'm gonna add 3d to my
Your lightsaber.
but then I guess remove 1.
Yep.
So
Go ahead and make the rolls.
55
Jesus.
to attack, and then 4d I'll add to the damage. So
No, you're just defending. So you're just blocked.
Oh, okay,
You don't need to roll
okay.
damage. Yep.
Yep.
And just roll that again. Geez, look at those 6s. Holy frig. So you need to get higher than a 40.
So same thing where I can add and then.
Yep, that's right. You
Take away.
just do the exact same.
52.
52. Yeah. So her anger is making her a bit reckless. So she charged, even though it gives her power, the power is all in her strength. So if she hits, she's going to do a lot of damage. So she just starts coming in, doing these wild power swings towards Damien. But you kind of step in the way. So it's funny because Damien, how tall did you say you were?
6'4".
So 6'4". I actually don't know how tall Ahsoka's head is, but I'm guessing she's like 5 feet or something, like 5 feet and change.
On the character sheet it says 5'9", but I know
5'9".
that's not right.
Yeah, so she basically comes in. All of a sudden,
Unless Anakin is just like
this tiny Ahsoka comes in and is like standing in front of you, flashing the lightsaber blades as she swings the dual bladed, but she just can't get through, and she's growing more furious to the point where you can just, again, Ahsoka, you feel this rage. But I'm going to give you please give me a will roll.
$20.
So as she's attacking and you feel this anger and rage, you almost kind of suddenly see inside her mind. You see, kind of the force opens her up a bit because she lets this rage kind of makes her vulnerable to some extent. And inside, and all of a sudden you just see a scared child in a dark room. The door opens and Maul is kind of standing there. All right, it's up. You guys.
Is there any remnant of that scared child still active inside this person?
There is, because that with the rage, that was exposed. That feeling, that small person, but it's very deep.
Can I attempt to reach out to it?
You can. It's going to require a 7 die. You're going to roll your 7 die for the force. You can try and kind of. So, what exactly do you want to do? Do you just want to kind of draw it to the surface?
I want to try and basically just apply pressure on that point with the force, while saying, I've experienced the dark side before. You don't have to stay there.
She goes, you will fail.
I rolled a 29.
You will
Woof.
fail, and I will wipe them out, all of them. You actually need a 30. So, do you have anything in the?
Can I use a character point to help?
You can, yeah. Well, you can, yeah. So basically, the rule is if you want to lend character points between. This is the house rule that we've always used. You can lend it, but it costs you double. So to give her one costs you 2.
I've been willing to use a force point for this.
Yeah. Well, he's giving you a character point, so he can. So how I would actually, Damien, how I would manifest that is because you actually want to allow the anger to kind of fall away and this small child to come to the surface. So do you, by giving the character point, do you kind of lower your guard and take a step back?
Yes, I was imagining myself looking like a scared child at this point.
Oh, okay, all right.
So maybe that reflection of that self as I kind of step back.
All right. So Ahsoka, considering you got a 39, you needed 29, you needed a 30, you automatically succeed with the die roll because you know minimum you can roll is a 1. So when you die, she'll actually cry out. All of a sudden, she kind of falters forward. She actually falls onto.
I'll catch her.
She actually falls onto the knee. The lightsaber, she loses her grip on it as it kind of rolls away from her, and she will cry out in despair, not rage. She's just like, no, and you catch her, and there actually is. She falls into an embrace. You feel her arms around her, and she actually whispers in your ear. She's like, pain. There's just so much pain. End this. End this.
You have to let the pain go.
You can give me a 7. Give me your force roll again.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna use a character point before I know whether that succeeded.
Okay. GMs love to hear that. Yeah, waste your resources even if they're not necessary. You can. So you've got a 30.
Yep.
Yeah. You feel. So I'm going to put you into a tough spot here. You feel the anger kind of resurging itself. It's because it's so like the child is so long ago. And all there has been to anger, but in a flash, you actually see her having to kill the other children. Like as an adult, once they all grew up and Maul chained them, she had to kill them all. She was the one that survived, and then Maul just was like, I don't need you, and she was completely abandoned. But you realize in this moment that it is only your will that is keeping the anger at bay. The moment you step away from her, she's going to fall. She's too far gone into the dark side that you know of. You know, there might be a way to help her, but the anger is very powerful. She's like, she will actually say, if you don't kill me, I'll kill you.
I will say something very similar to what I told my former master in a temple a while ago, which is, I'm not leaving you.
All right. What do you do, Damien? You can see kind of the apprentice, the dark apprentice is, you know, her temple is throbbing. She's obviously this rage is trying to reassert itself. You see that Ahsoka her voice is calm, but you can see the physical strain as well as she's, you know, obviously there's something going on. You may not have a full understanding of the Force, but obviously something is going on that she is keeping this rage in check. And as you're watching, you can see that the apprentice, his hand is reaching out for the reaching towards the double-bladed lightsaber that's on the ground.
Can I go over and like step on the lightsaber or try to grab it?
You can, yep. You can step over, put your foot on it.
And I'll just say something that I heard a long time ago in passing. Anything is possible through the Force, even surrender.
What do you know of suffering?
That boy that I came here with, I saved him from years, decades of slavery. And in the process, I lost my best friend, my pilot.
She will actually, so the whole, the whole slavery thing actually, so you kind of feel her presence as well. You're kind of brought into this kind of forced triangle as you can feel that child inside becoming a little bit stronger. Those words were powerful because essentially that's what she was, a slave. And outside, KX is running like a mad droid through this group of battle droids as they're just now a lot of them, their attention is being drawn towards the temple and towards the three of you who are its only defenders. So you have initiative on the battle droids because I believe it also says in the rules they always lose initiative.
These poor things, dude.
They suck. Trust me. But they have numbers.
If
And
battle droids ever got the upper hand, it would be the end of the series.
Poor little
especially
kids.
especially the B1 droids. But what they can do in sheer numbers, they can pool their dice just like you can. So if they can, so I'm going to say there are 20 of them that have essentially are now converging, and they just fire and walk. So blaster bolts are going everywhere. They're not hitting anything yet because it's not their turn. But what do you guys want to do?
I'm definitely running back in and trying to draw them.
Yeah, draw
where he said.
Trying to bring them as close together as possible.
You can fall back, and just like drones, they kind of fall in perfect 2x2 kind of line, and they just start marching towards the entrance.
Yeah.
Errol, is this one of those emergencies we used to talk about?
It might be pretty close to one. Let's get back inside, though.
He is going to kind of herd the two other guys back, and
you got a thing? I got a thing.
Well, do you want to do it, or shall I do the thing?
I don't know what you're gonna do, but I think we were thinking of something similar.
Probably something similar.
Do you got a little toy?
A little toy, yeah. He's gonna kind of put his arm back towards Errol, and out of a small slatch underneath his arm is gonna be a very old but still definitely deadly thermal detonator that he's saving for a rainy day.
Oh yeah.
And it is caked in dust and like oil and grease, but it still is it still works.
And the battle droids just all form up in formation and just start watching forward. It's like, company, advance, Roger, Roger. They all say, and they'll start marching towards the entrance. It's a throw.
Oh yeah.
What are you doing, Garm? Are you throwing?
I was as they were starting to run back towards me. I was setting I was trying to approximate a timer.
Oh yeah.
Leaving it right by outside the temple.
Just to be clear, you're not blowing yourself up, right, KX?
Oh God, no.
Okay, if that was the case, he would have been like, "Oh no, not that one, not that one."
So cool. give me a throw roll. All he needs a 10. The battle droids are not. They've kind of set themselves up in a perfect formation.
And we can add a character point for that because why not? So that's a 10 exactly.
All right. So the thermal detonator goes flying out, and if you have explosives, so your explosives are more planted.
Yeah.
Okay. You can make a demolitions roll to set that up at the same time. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say the battle droids are coming in en masse. I'm going to give you one. So a thermal detonator is crazy. It's 9D.
Okay.
I will give you a battle droid for every point you roll.
Love it. I love it so much.
Yeah, I'm actually hopping off KX and running inside further. since I'm not involved in these explosives.
I got 33.
33. So there's a
31.
huge explosion as the battle droids, like pieces of them go flying. You're probably getting hit by pieces of them as a ding, 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 just little shrapnel, heads, arms, blasters, as they just go out. And out of the fire and smoke, another line of them advance. Remember, I have a couple hundred. No, another line of them advance, and they just come forward. But as you fall off, so here's the thing, Garm. You're going to have to. Did you make your demolitions roll? To time
Yes, it's an 11.
11.
I am
Yeah,
willing.
10 to throw. Do you have any character points?
I do actually. I have.
I kind of want a 15 for this one, just because you want to time it. You need to time it perfect. Like you're not throwing and hitting something. This
Right.
is kind of a more tactical, strategic thing.
That makes sense. So I will use that. That's a 15 with a 4.
So you guys can fall back. The battle droids will basically enter the area of the blast radius, and you can give me. I'll give you 9 die 6 as well. I mean, I'm assuming these are thermite charges or something, like they're huge.
Yeah.
They might bring down the entrance, but who cares? So give me that, and I'll give you the same. I'll give you the same deal. 1 droid for every point that you roll.
That's a 31 for me in that case.
Jesus. So between the two, you got destroyed like over 60 droids. So again, there's this huge explosion. The actual entrance will collapse. Like that front of the building will just kind of crumple in on itself. There's smoke, debris, and you see no sign of battle droids. Meanwhile, and all is quiet. Meanwhile, back on the balcony, she will, when you say that, she will look up into your eyes, and she'll be like, "Why would you do this for me?" To Ahsoka. After she looks away from Damien and looks at Ahsoka, and she's like, "Why? Why would you do this?"
Didn't deserve what happened to you, and I won't leave you. And I would like to use one of my aspects,
Okay.
which is overcome my guilt over Anakin.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so she will so she kind of she lets Damien stand on the lightsaber. Damien, you can bend down and pick it up and kind of slide it onto your belt. And she will, if you kind of help her, she'll rise to her feet. Just kind of, you feel the anger is there. It will be there. It's a long journey. It will be a long journey, but standing here in your presence, you feel like you can relax, Ahsoka, using that aspect. Like you feel kind of refreshed, energized, and you don't, you're not having to just like concentrate with all your will to keep the anger at bay. You can just be here in her presence.
Okay.
And so Damien, what are you doing? Anything in particular? But she appears to be calm.
Yeah, appears to be calm. Damien's just going to take.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Damien's going to take some steps back.
And there's a huge explosion, and you actually smoke will come. Probably dust and debris will come rolling in from the outside.
Oh, hey, yeah, we should probably get out of here. Knowing Garm, he's probably blowing up something. So
You're from Jolly Hall. I blew something up.
I will help her to her feet.
Yeah.
And take her hand and take her with us.
Okay. She will. There's a hesitancy. So she's very comfortable with you, but as you lead her down, she almost doesn't want to leave the shadow of the balcony. The others, but she is but she will. There's been some trust. Again, that aspect is fairly strong.
So you're with me now.
There's some trust, and you can descend the balcony just as Errol, KX, and Garm come rushing into the central area. you don't see any sign of battle droids, and just the dust is settling from the explosion. But standing there in the middle of the room is
Oh, shut up already.
and you just nonchalantly bring the blaster out and shoot it.
Yeah.
And there'll be a explosion of sparks as the face kind of explodes, and the Vader droid will just fall backwards onto the floor.
Hey, KX. You know what to do. See what we can salvage.
All right, as KX starts to immediately pull apart the Vader droid and takes the
I'd
front
like to
panel.
pull both of its arms off first, just because.
Yeah, and you can go to town.
So
And,
when we walk back in, do we see them now coming down?
you do. So you see. So the Maul's apprentice will always stay. She tries to stay back from the group. Like as you guys come in, it's almost like you form a ring and you're a team, and it's like, hey, we did it. She doesn't on her own join that circle.
What the heck is this?
Is she good?
You don't take out the bad guy? Is that what we came here to do?
I'm just gonna put out a hint. She's with me.
David,
Of course, Errol, you realize that this person killed all of your fellow Crimson Dawn members, don't you?
Right? I don't think that's a good enough answer. She's the reason that we took this whole trip. She's the reason all my friends are dead. We're here to kill her.
She was manipulated by Maul, a Sith Lord.
Manipulated. We all have our own choices.
Just like you.
And we can all gain redemption.
Just like me, what?
Just like you gave that young boy in the streets of the Undercity a second chance.
That young boy probably didn't cut down 10 plus people.
He stole.
Oh, stole. You're right. You got me there. Stealing and killing, they are much the same.
Listen,
KX, you sense Errol's gonna go off on his rant.
I'm gonna try and just calm him down.
Oh,
You're using the force on me.
So that's your force roll against his will.
Wow, I'm sure I have such a good chance. What's my will?
KX, are you doing
Willpower
anything? Or
and
you're just busy with?
Oh.
You're too preoccupied with Vader. And
My
by the
will-
way, there's an army of droid
A
parts
30?
littering the ground outside.
My willpower is actually one of my highest. Nope. I have to get another 15 to even match it.
So
All right, so yeah, as I say, and each of us can earn redemption. I'm just gonna try and get him to calm down.
bring you down.
I don't like this one bit.
KX will take a large hand, specifically the hand from the Darth Vader droid, and just pat him on the head.
Okay.
I guess everyone deserves redemption.
Now calm down.
Damn
Let's
you,
go.
Luca.
You can't kill my new friend, Cole.
and Ahsoka, as essentially you realize that the threat has been dealt with, but you look at this group and you hear Errol's words, and you realize that as they return to the surface, your path must take you in another direction. You don't think it's why, the anger is there, and even it kind of flared with Errol's accusations. It was starting to flare up. You realize that you probably have to part ways here.
Yep.
Yeah.
I will say I thank you all for your help in this, but I have a different path. I will leave you here.
What with battle droids outside? Just go leave us there.
Are
The
there still
battle
battle droids outside?
The leftover
Or
battle
done.
droids, we'll say that they've kind of your explosion. So there are for years to come in the Undercity of Taris, there's going to be random battle droids roaming the wastes. with no purpose other than shooting anything that they come across. But the terrorist security or something can be done to try and round them up. But your explosions caused quite a disarray.
So is
Cat-
Ahsoka
oops, sorry.
leaving with her?
She
Yep,
is.
I-
Yeah.
Yep, I'm leaving. I'm
After you
turning
say
and I'm
that,
hood up and I'm walking out.
can we at least, you people are all about law and order, and you're just gonna leave? Can you at least lock her up in some kind of prison?
She has a long journey ahead of her, and I will help her on that journey.
KX, these people never change. Let's just get to it. Qi'ra's not gonna be happy.
Oh, definitely not. Very much not. Thankfully, I can turn off my auditory sensors. You cannot.
Yeah, must be nice.
What did you say?
And as you guys can leave this area, head your way back to the speeders, and towards the shantytown. Ahsoka, you and the apprentice watch as they depart and leave. I don't know if there's any parting words from the New Republic folks to Ahsoka, but otherwise, this might be the last that you see of her, maybe forever.
Hey, Miss Ahsoka.
Yes.
Pretty freaking cool. Sure you're not a Jedi? Cause like,
No,
Yep.
I left the order a long time ago.
oh damn, I could just do that. Well,
The actual apprentice will step forward. So funny enough, thanks to Damien Garm, you don't know why, but the apprentice will step forward directly up to you and kind of look you in the eyes, and she'll say, "I'm glad that you found your freedom. I hope to find mine someday."
yeah. Good luck.
And as she turns to you, Damien, she'll say, "Thank you. I
course
believe you have. I believe you have something of mine."
What do you mean? Damn it.
But she will look towards Ahsoka when she said that, as to not whether she should leave it.
I can take that for now.
More comfortable with that.
Okay, do you hand it over?
I'll hand it over to Ahsoka, look
Okay.
at the both of them, nod, and say, "The Force be with you both."
Of course, with you.
KX will turn to the apprentice and say, "You know, we are more than our programming." Or some other shit like that.
Wise words. And you guys can get out of there, leaving Ahsoka. We will come back to you, Ahsoka, in a moment. You return to the shantytown, where I'm assuming, Errol, if you have your way, you're going to lead like this army of people up into the upper city. Is that the deal?
Oh yeah,
like this
oh yeah.
idea.
Like that guy is gone. These people have been oppressed and left down here. They
So
can
it's like,
so
so you're
take
like,
everything.
this elevator is open, and this elevator is open, and this elevator is open, and it's like, yeah. So suddenly, hundreds when you arrive up on Taris, like hundreds and hundreds of people are starting to spill out into the streets. But you feel quite good about it, right? I mean, for the first time, they're seeing the sun for the first time in a long time, and they're getting, it's forcing the upper city to deal with this crisis. You will be met by, you can, of course, once you're up there, you can use your comm links to connect with Lando. He will meet up with Lando and Qi'Ra, so they'll meet up with you again in the main council chambers, where you'll see that Senator Pamlo is there. And I'm assuming you're going to bear ill tidings about the First Minister Stern. But Pamela will actually, as you arrive, you'll see that she'll actually be talking to Lando. She goes, "I can't thank you enough, General, for everything your people have, for everything that you're offering." Again, she goes, "I'm sorry for." She'll look to all of you. She goes, "I'm sorry for what happened. The Empire should never have been here, and I'll see to it that they're never here again. Please extend my warmest regards to Mon Mothma and tell her that Taris is ready to rejoin the Republic." "Well, thank you, Senator. I'm sure she'll be glad to hear that." He'll turn towards your group. He goes, "So how'd it go?"
Oh, it was just smooth sailing the whole way.
Anyone got a med pack?
Somebody will. Lando will actually put a hand on your shoulder, Errol, and he goes, "You know, the New Republic can always use good people."
You're a funny guy.
No, he's serious though.
I'd rather die.
He says, as he's like, "Are we done here? Can I get paid?"
I'll be finding twos in binary before that happens.
Errol's actual last point of business after all of this will be to address the people that are now up there, and he'll say, "Anyone that needs a job and is capable, just seek out the Crimson Dawn."
Qi'Ra, and they're like, "Yeah." Qi'Ra's like, "Really? Well, very well, Errol, but they're your responsibility."
That's fine.
She'll say, "You've just been promoted."
About damn time.
And Lando, as you're about to leave, Qi'Ra will walk up to him and she'll say hello to Han for me. He goes, "I will. Stay safe." And he'll turn to you, Damien and Garm, as you're walking back, and he goes, "You know, that offer goes to the two of you as well. I could use a few good operatives in the core worlds."
Look. That's. I don't want to speak for you, man. I don't. But we just got this data tube, or about we got positions for a bunch of Star Destroyers for this Admiral, that's operating out here. And I mean, I'd love to take him on it, but I would really like to blow him right out the exhaust port of whatever little donkey ship he's stuck up on before we do any of that.
Right. There's a lot of work to be done here.
All right then.
Core World's great. Love Core World.
I'll see to it that you guys get the resources you need to make a difference.
Appreciate that.
You have my word. And he'll walk away. Errol and KX, as Qi'Ra, she's about to head back to her ship. She's like, "All right, now on to the next mission. Errol, HK, I have a problem on Narshada. I need you to take care of it ASAP. Keep me informed."
We get any vacation days first, Ellies?
She'll I suppose she'll smile. She goes, "I suppose you've earned it."
And we're on it.
And she will depart. Meanwhile, back in the Undercity, you find yourself, Ahsoka, standing in front of the Vader statue. As you and the apprentice are walking away, you kind of let her, she's solid enough that you don't need to be like standing right beside her, but you kind of linger at the statue as she continues on, and she has that, you guys, the Sith ship, that's you're both going to use that to kind of leave the planet, her ship, so she's kind of gone to get that ready as you're standing at the statue. Is there any final thoughts as you look at this thing, this representation of the past?
No, just regret. And sorrow about his loss. losing him, not being able to be there for him. But yeah, other than that, I think that the apprentice and I would probably find some outer rim world to.
All right. So your thoughts are turning to the outer rim and what you're going to do
Yeah.
with this person, and you
Try
turn.
and heal her since I couldn't
Yep.
heal him.
And as you turn and walk away from the statue, you'll actually hear a voice. It's a familiar one, and it says, "Ahsoka." It's Anakin's voice. And
She'll turn and say, "Sky Guy."
You turn, and he's like, "I just wanted you to know that you never left me. You were always there, a point of light in the darkness. And it was that light that helped my son save me in the end. You're the Jedi I was never able to be. May the Force be with you."
May
You
the
did the
Force be
right-
with you, Master.
Like, you did the right thing here. And you can turn as he begins to fade. You can turn, and he'll say, "Oh, and Snips, good luck."
Good luck.
And he'll fade away. And credits roll. That's where we end. All right.
I like how you said basically proper. full on. The nickname and everything just.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Shall we go around and give our closing remarks?
Absolutely. Yeah, sounds good.
Luca, are you able enough to go first?
Yes.
And we'll finish up with Fazul.
I'm Luke, and I played Ahsoka Tano, former Padawan of Anakin Skywalker.
Aww. Up next, Cole.
Sorry. I'm not muted. I was getting ready to see who's live right now. Hi, I'm Kohlrabi. I played Errol Elgin, member of Crimson Dawn, and true believer of Qi'Ra's greatness. Since Luca forgot any plugs, since she's in her feels there. Tomorrow is Murder and Coffee, but I'll let Ty say more about that. Sunday is TPR. I guess I'll let Ty and Turk say more about that. But Monday is the next Sherlock episode. And then after that, we have what some people have been calling modules week. So we have lots of good stuff. This was amazing. I am so glad I was finally able to play my first sci-fi system, and it was Star Wars. And I really liked the D6 system. So thanks, Fazul. I loved
You're
it.
welcome.
I appreciate it. And after me, I guess we're going to Turk.
Yeah. All right. I am Turk. I was playing Garm Pavan, the former slave turned Y-wing pilot, and New Republic Ranger. I had so much. Oh my god. I mean, the setting already was like, you get a message like, "You like Star Wars, right?" I'm like, it was, yeah, no, very glad to have the chance to play not only with you, Dave, but like this wonderful system with all of you. Oh my god, it was just an absolute joy. Sorry if anyone can't understand what I'm saying because my nose, but we worked into the character. It's great. Yeah. I will be here on TPK for Total Party Recap on Sunday to continue to gush about all the amazing things that happened here tonight, as well as every also other amazing thing that's going to happen tomorrow and all last week. And then you can catch me on Monday as we get back into London with Sherlock. I will not be playing Sherlock this time. I'll be playing another familiar face, but at least if you've been following all the one-shots. Set in Gothic Earth. Beyond that, I'll be around on TPK, so keep it locked. Tom enjoyed our amazing Discord full of awesome people who, we talk about the shows that are going on. We talk about shows making the future. We talk about all the systems we ever dream of playing. And if you're watching right now, you haven't joined already, I heartily encourage you to take the plunge and join us. Toss over to Tyrant.
Hi everyone, I'm Tyrant. You can find me everywhere at Dr. Tyrant. I played Damien Shaw, the New Republic Ranger Gunner. And Fazul, you can make Tyrant cry on stream off of your checklist there.
Yes, bucket list.
Yep.
God.
Now you just need to have me keep a character. And then I think
that's
we're
right.
golden.
No, that's on my list. Yeah. So for that, I need to run a campaign, I guess.
Didn't we mark off make a player cry last time?
Yes, but
That's
let's
right.
be honest.
But Tyrant
I cry
crying,
a lot.
but Tyrant crying, that's a special one. I got that. That deserves an extra check on the list.
I appreciate that. Let's see. Yes, tomorrow is Murder and Coffee, bright and early at 9 a.m. CST. For all, you got that right, Cole? 9 a.m. CST.
Sounds about right for CST.
Proper. one of those hours.
That's 10 a.m. EST for.
And we will be.
Thanks,
yes, thank you.
In case you need that.
You were correct.
Yes. And I will be joined by Proper. And Callie Numbers, Chrissy, Callie Numbers in chat, if she's still here, which I hope she's not because she has to be up soon, to talk about therapy in TTRPGs. And it is going to be amazing. And it's just going to be the best conversation because it's going to be the most wholesome conversation. And on Sunday, yes, join us for TPR, where we recap all of the previous episodes of the week. And if you find something you like on TPR, you can always go back and watch the episodes yourself on the YouTube, which is now linked in chat. Proper.
Thank you so much for joining us. I played KXCD, the droid, and I didn't really know what he was going to come out to look like until basically I started talking. So I had a good time. I hope I didn't ruin any of your franchise fun. I knew very little about Star Wars, and y'all were lovely nonetheless.
The droid was awesome.
You were the
shucks.
perfect
Absolutely.
Star Wars
Oh my
snarky
gosh.
droid.
Yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
Amazing.
Just inflate my ego more. I hope you'll join me to meet Charlotte, who I'm even more excited to play on Cole's stream, or Cole Sherlock. I'll be some semblance of awake tomorrow morning. We have a lot of cool things to talk about then. I hope you enjoyed the opening credits that I made this afternoon. I was pretty proud of those.
Those were awesome. Yeah.
And
the music, I have to say, the music was spot on. Right.
I guess if you want your own opening credits to a Star Wars one shot, let me know. I do lots. I also made this overlay, and I'm also pretty proud of that. So, have a lovely, lovely day. David, do you have anything you want to promote?
Just thank you everyone for tuning in, and again, for me, it's a privilege to GM to amazing players, and you are all amongst the best. So thank you very much. I am humbled to be able to be a part of this community, and so yeah, we'll do this again soon.
Do we have a day for your next one shot, David?
Oh, yes,
I think
please bring it up.
Yeah, I think, you know what, it's funny, at the beginning of this, I think, Luca, you sent out an image, and it threw me completely off, because I was like, Star Wars, and all of a sudden this image popped up, and I was like, damn, that's good. So the next adventure that I'll be running, I will do more Star Wars in the future, but the next one will be another horror, kind of similar to... it's not similar to Clowns of Funland, but it's another original title that I wrote, and it's called 55 Below Zero and 6 Feet from Hell. I believe we're doing it on the 21st, Cole, and it takes place in Antarctica, and it's horror themed. So it is, it'll be pretty cool.
Well, that's it from us at TPK Roleplay. I hope you had a lovely night, and I hope we see you again in the future.